Hello everyone and welcome back to the Omega Strikers Amateur Series. We are here in the 8th season. I'm here with Ether, one of the tournament organizers of it, and we're heading right into draft. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. I'm excited to be here. All these OSAS players, they're back for another season. We're back to OSAS 9 now, right? So we've been going for quite a while, and we're already getting into this first game, right? With right on Clarion Test Chamber with Chikara Dragons versus Chikara Advent.
Or maybe just Chikara Advent versus Chikara Dragons. Chikara Advent over here. Button fan, that's 8th. Role swap to goalie complete, I guess. Playing the goalie position. We'll be looking to succeed in this season that doesn't have animal style teams. They've been successful for the past 2 seasons. But instead, this might be the time for Chikara to be the champions for the first time, which is kind of crazy, right? Again, no Chikara winners, 8 seasons, and they have by far the most amount of teams. We'll have to see how it goes.
Yeah, I mean, hey, take a look, right? There's a lot of these Chikara teams coming back this season. Maybe they can make their maybe they can bring home their final victory, right? Their first victory finally.
First and final? I don't know.
But... No, guys. I might be a little toxic here. My bad. But anyway, Deadeye, Prizefighter are awakenings, and we only see Prizefighter picked up on Pudash and Luna.
Ooh, okay. Well, that Prizefighter is going to be actually pretty useful on the goalie position. Not completely useless. The additional power does come into play, especially when team player is involved. So we'll see if that's a factor for Pudash. But my eyes are on that double midfield coming out of Chikara Advent. We've seen a lot of double midfield in OSAS. It's more common in solo queue, honestly, when there are too many midfielders in the queues. Something that high-low players can't relate with. There are too many brawlers in the queues. But the double midfield, it's going to have a very good time at moving the ball forward. But the question is, can they score efficiently on Pudash? And we'll have to answer that because that Tofu Fortress is just clogging up the lanes. Oh, but wait a second. Pudash just steps away, and that's the first goal.
Yeah, just getting baited by his own Tofu Fortress, thinking that he was secure, but right at the end, the members of Chikara Advent just jump in and then secure that goal.
Well, Ether, it's yet another point, and yet again, Swift Deity is the one who is controlling the core. Double midfield really coming into play, but that's a KO found onto the Kai, and suddenly the power play is going to be a bit devastating. The glitch pop is good from 8th, but it's not enough to get it out, but a good clear from Swift Deity, and once again, they managed to hold the power play.
Yeah, great showing from Chikara Advent, and now Pewis is pushing up in this corner, but in this 1v2, not going to be able to get anything, but a pass up to Swift Deity means that they can almost find that barrier. This offense from Chikara Advent is proving to be almost lethal, but Chikara Dragons seem to be holding on for the time being, but a flip has to be burned.
Yeah, flip burned, and a flip available here from Swift Deity as well, but not used on the defense yet. A missed strike, though. Opportunity for Luna to the top side, but a great glitch pop by Bunfan, keeping it away. But that's a lot of damage. Bunfan could be taken out. Elusives and heals up a little bit, but the offense continues. The Kai running through. Pudash has the resources, but really good patience from Swift Deity to get that barrier, looking like the MVP of this team. Kenzie, official Kendi. What a name change, by the way. But Swift Deity's the star of the show once again. A bounce off the center, an amazing clear by Pudash. And they managed to get it out of the corner for the most part, but Pewis catches the rebound, and the defense can't hold the open goal for too long. Well played by Chikara Advent so far.
Yeah, Chikara Dragons really just not on the same page for the defense. Not sure who's covering the bottom, who's covering the top, and then just Chikara Advent coming out and punishing that, but Chikara Dragons don't look to be too happy. They take this first barrier and look to be positioned to take the second. Luna with the flip ready, but Official Von Kendi keeps dribbling this. Not much to be shown just yet, but 8th is a little out of position, right? And then that means that Luna can find that second barrier.
Yeah, and once again, flip available, but it drifts right past. Pewis picks it up, a flip forward. Not even a second flip, just confident they can get it past 8th there. That's 2-1. Big point for Chikara Dragons. If they can play like that on the more closed-off maps where the double midfield isn't as strong, right? The Project Maelstrom variant, a lot more cramped, but this variant's going to be a bit of a nightmare for the Dubu, I think, if Swift Deity can play it well. But Same goes for Eighth. Needs to keep track of the core because the barriers can be taken quite swiftly on this map.
Yeah, especially with the IME, you have a lot of really long wind-up abilities. So on a map where core speed is just so big, dealing with these long wind-up abilities on defense is really tough, right? And Luna already showing that, taking that first barrier, but taking a lot of damage for it, and could get staggered and lose this flip that they are saving for the offense.
He was pushing forward, but that's a flip available. Doesn't even need it to get the barrier. Good patience from Luna. Flip available here. Used it incredibly late though, and that will be wasted. Now a big opportunity here for the side of Chikara Advent if they can get it past, but the bumper isn't quite the angle they want, and that glitch pop won't be enough either. Well attempted by Chikara Advent, but their angles weren't quite there, and Chikara Dragons will bring us to 5th point here.
Yeah, 5th point on Project Obscura. Another one of these open maps, right? In theory, favoring Chikara Advent, but we'll have to see if that plays out exactly as we think it would. But Luna showing that, you know, if I'm in your face, I'm going to be getting these barriers. And now Kenzie's taking a lot of damage, could get taken off at any point, and we do have flips being built on both sides. Let's see if any of these are going to be used.
Yeah, big flip from Swiftity, but right in the face of Pudash. Again, the angles from Chikara Advent being caught a little bit lacking, but still a defensive flip available from a Bunfan, but directly into Luna. Again, the aim from Advent is not enough. Chikara Dragons will stuff it through, complete the reverse sweep of this set, and they're looking good heading into the rest of the game because against double midfield, that first set is the scariest.
Yeah, now look, we have some pretty good rewards, right? This fight or flight, a great dribbling option, and if that falls to that double midfield, it's almost certain you're going to be losing the midfield war, right, as a single midfielder. And yeah, Kenzie picking it up, recognizing that that is the pickup. Stagger Swagger, another possible option. Really good on Pudash here, right? That speed for that Dubu to catch up with the movement abilities of the other side, but it seems like there's no size, right, left for Luna, getting both denied away from them.
Yeah. Heading into the next set now. Going to be looking at that size denial as something that might matter, but my eyes are on the speed being picked up by both the Estelle and the Dubu. Official and Pudash going to be a lot more mobile, especially for the Dubu. That's going to be incredibly valuable in terms of defense and general control. And Chikara Advent might not have enough to deal with that, but that Juno jump is good. The barrage and the slimes are even better. And that is the first goal on a variant where they wouldn't necessarily be favored on.
Yeah, and you would think, oh, this Dubu has the ability to kind of stop these stuff throughs, but when your stuff through looks that lethal, it is nigh impossible to stop.
Yeah, the coordinate, the speed, I guess, from the Kai is a big factor as well. As this time, it is the Estelle blinking in here. That fight or flight, such a valuable awakening. Double slick kicks even, and getting the refresh on the secondary when staggered or staggering. Might be able to stagger Bunfan here, but the Tofu Fortress goes quite wide. And now Official to the top side, looking for a pass through to Luna again, using the hit stun, getting a strike afterwards. Well played from the Asher, as it looks like Eighth is lagging a lot. But if the Dragons can convert, that would be really good here, but they lose one barrier, and losing a barrier could just lead to another against this double midfield if they can maintain control. A slime backwards, not enough, and once again the core going forwards, well dribbled by Swiftity to get it out of there.
Yeah, but this flip on this offense, where does it go? Answered back by Bunfan, and now Pudash is in a little bit of a tough situation, has the flip to work with, flips it forward. They don't even need another strike, and they get that in.
Yeah, because Bunfan's gone. Eighth has been KO'd off the map, taken out, and that's something that we see a lot this game. Bunfan has been the target of the majority of the damage, and if the goalie's KO'd, your team is going to struggle.
And I think one thing to keep in mind, right, is the reason why that's able to be done is just because of how Official Bon Candy is playing, right? They are effectively 1v2ing this midfield while Luna just perma-sits on Bunfan and basically says, yeah, you're not going to get to play this game.
Once again, the pass splitter pushed down, both barriers taken. Bunfan taking so much damage, almost staggered. One more hit will do it. Good orb take, but that's only going to keep them alive for a little while longer. Good cyber swipe by Bunfan, though, to get the core out of there. But Swiftity and P-Wits need to convert if they're going to win this point, because Luna will eventually find the damage necessary on the goalie to pressure enough for a shot from the other side. And this time, the pressure has brought Bunfan out of position, but a good Giga Blast by Pewis will turn things around.
Yeah, great Giga Blast, and now Fischl doesn't have this flip anymore. Used it on that defense, but miscommunication with Pudash means that it didn't get saved, and now that doesn't get saved either, bouncing right off the middle of the Atlas black hole. Well, basically the same thing.
Yeah, the Atlas expands black hole. They both send the core outwards, and that's exactly what you see there. Big opportunity now for Chikara Advent to be the ones picking up a set. But we've seen Chikara Dragons down before. I don't think they're down mentally at all. They have the capability to win this. They bounce it around the bounce house, but no one picks it up. The missed strikes really punishing here. And October Fortress sends it backwards. The core bug not in the favor of Chikara Dragons this time, and a good flip by Bunfan might seal the set. Doesn't choose to flip here. A great angle by Fischl, a great log to save it away, and the shot as well that gets it out of there. The barrier taken, and Chikara Dragons have turned it all the way around.
Yeah, the Walk of Shame means that Bunfan isn't really able to get into position to defend, and now the side of Chikara Dragons do need to get this defense, because if they can't, they won't get a chance to get it to Luna, but now Luna has this, the flip. Where does it go? Top side, but Bunfan is able to save it, but now it's back to Chikara Dragons. There's the flip. Intercepted by Pewis, and it's looking okay for the time being.
Yeah, but it's all the way around, doesn't quite score. Luna has a chance to log, saves it away, and a great clear by Fischl to send it away from Pewis' strike box, but sends it right into Pewis. That time, not exactly what you want to see. That will be Chikara Advent evening it up. Well played to save that open goal situation against the flip. Both sides really, really in a tough spot there. And now with this draft, a lot could change.
Yeah, rapid fire kind of coming in. Whichever one of these midfielders picks it up is sure to be favored in that ability war, but there's also a stacks, right? Now what happens if Fischl Von Candy picks up the stacks and the fighter flight? They're going to be zooming, but I mean, same goes for Pewis, right? Super Surge, explosive entrance, and now, remember that prize fighter power you mentioned at the start of the game? It might matter here with the team player going over to Pudash.
Yeah, and that's going to be quite the big factor here. Surprised to see no Orb Dancers. Bunfan opting for the Monumentalist to maybe have some more influence. But that might have just been a huge blunder, right? Timeless Creator, I believe, was available, but Monumentalist was opted for by Bunfan. That might be the first draft blunder of the season. That could have been a huge advantage for Chikara Advent. Maybe they don't need it, though, if Pewis can score like that.
Yeah, little misplay, right? Pudash thinking he'd be in position in time, but then I don't know if that was a hit stun or just slowing and missing the strike timing. But hey, Chikara Advent will definitely take that, and uh-oh, 8th might be lagging quite a bit and loses the double barrier for it.
2 barriers down. If they can get a barrier here, though, it could all be forgiven. But every time I see that Firewall Sentry, what could have been? The Timeless Creator, perhaps. All good, though, because Pewis is pushing in there. But, oh, the guess is wrong. Swift DD doesn't trust Pewis. You need to have the teamwork in a tournament, and that's not what we're seeing here. But Pewis might just solo it all. Goes for another strike, but Pudash is out of there. And a great shot by Fischl will find its way around absolutely everybody to even up the game.
Yeah, another notable thing, right? Fischl's halfway to that max stacks, right? Getting those stacks stacked up, and we are also halfway through the set, so if things keep going the way they do, Fischl might be able to come clutch for this final point if it does go that far. Both flips being burned means that they don't have this for the offense, neither side. Oh. But that's the offense out by Luna, right? But this could be the double barrier in response, and it is. Pudash has the flip on defense if they need it. This is really risky, has to burn it. Fischl gets the pass up to Luna. Where does this go? Bunfan with a great save, but Bunfan is looking kind of low. Has to cyber swipe forward. But yeah, now Chikara Dragons is in a really awkward position. Where do they send this? Because the double midfield is just continuing to run around the map, as Bunfan is also taking so much damage and has to burn that evade.
Oh! But what a cyber swipe from Bunfan. 8th gets it right past Pudash, gives Chikara Advent the lead exactly when they need it most, when they're about to be KO'd as well. Perfectly played to swing the entire game around. That could be the game-defining play right there.
Yeah, that really could be game-defining, and not just in terms of getting them closer to the set, but also just a mental standpoint. But it looks like Chikara Dragons doesn't really want to back down. Even if they do take a lot of damage here, they are defending their barriers.
They indeed are. Official, though, incredibly low. One ability could do it here. But Luna's in a really good spot. Doesn't react in time, though. And does not get that last barrier here. Bunfan looking for the damage. Not quite enough range. As Luna once again hits it around Bunfan. Goes for the dribbles. Path splitter down to the top side. It's shot by Official, who had the Crystal Thorns in there, I believe. Well played by Chikara Dragons. Another 0.5 here.
Yeah, another 0.5. But crucially, right, Fischl was not KO'd during that last set, and that means they have fully stacked stacks on stacks.
Oh, yeah, not being taken out is huge there in the favor of Chikara Dragons. One passing play is all that's necessary. Fischl is gliding all the way across the map here. Plenty of speed to dribble with, plenty of speed to rotate forward, but doesn't quite get the second strike. And a misplay by Pudash. It lost strike ward to Pewis at the wrong spot. Will leave one barrier down, and a good strike by Bunfan barely gets it out of there. The defense is good, but that Tofu Fortress is scary, but they get it out of there eventually. And once again, Chikara Advent maintaining the defense.
Yeah, Chikara Advent maintaining the defense, but the side of Chikara Dragons is just so fast. There's the flip up to Luna, but Luna doesn't really get it. But now they have a flip of their own. Can they use this in this offense? Oh no, Pudash loses that final barrier, and now Pewis is up in a great position. There's the flip out, just a clear, but that means they don't have it for this open barrier.
Yeah, Fischl has to help out so much on the defense. Goes for a creative bounce off the bumper. Flip available from Luna, but you need to use it. You can't waste it here. You can't save it for next point. There is no more next point, and Pewis will win a strike war against Pudash to take that set. Chikara Advent in the lead, and it feels like a wasted opportunity. Luna's been holding on to those strike wars quite a few times. Not strike wars, core flips quite a bit, and that could come back to bite him. And now the game-defining Awakening Egoist is here, and that could just win it.
I am feeling like an egoist.
Oh, well,
but
Egoist has been given over. That could win it.
Yeah.
There we go.
There
Big
we go.
opportunity for the
Fischl's
Dragons.
feeling like an egoist. Now, this also means even more speed on the side of Fischl. Not just the energy generation, which, to be fair, that's amazing. But the speed is really what Fischl needs to use, right, to kind of move around. Because a lot of the time, Luna is just up there, but they aren't really getting much in terms of just direct conversions. And Fischl just has to keep feeding. And to keep feeding, you need this speed.
Oh, but right now, that's a double barrier found by Swift Deity. And now, Fischl's going to have to do a lot of work. An awkward spot here, looking for a KO perhaps onto Bunfan, who has already regened quite a bit, actually. Not quite the damage that Chikara Dragons need. Not just yet. A good wait by Pudash. Oh, but up to the slime it goes. A weird redirect by Swift Deity. A bit of a misplay from Chikara Advent as Bunfan tries to get in as well. Good clears by Pudash, though, keeping it away, saving the open net. But Swift Deity pushes it forward once again. Goes for the strike wars. Good log by Pudash to send it away. Swift Deity into the corner. Not quite enough, but this defense is so tough. They can't get it out. The double midfield is absolutely just so restricting. But a good play by Luna, but doesn't maintain possession after the barrier take. Hits it forwards, and that means he'll bounce backwards and right back into the defense, into the blender. The Juno slams coming through as well, but Luna has one more chance.
Yeah, that was a free shot, right? Because Bunfan did not press that flip button. They use it now, and then that means they do lose the barrier without it. But Swift Deity with the flip to the top side. A great jump, and that is the first goal to set.
Again, feels like small missed opportunities from Chikara Dragons, but overall they played that point pretty well. They have basically 3 core flips on board as well. They have the resources necessary to take this point and maybe some more, especially when Fischl builds up that Egoist meter here, gets that additional speed buff. It's definitely a possibility, but a good glitch pop by Bunfan will halt the offense for now. And this Juno plays from Swift Deity, that rapid fire putting in so much work as they just lock down that midfield completely.
And not only locking down the midfield, but also just dealing the damage. Yeah, Bunfan is just teleporting all around the map. And it looks like there is, you know, some show of sportsmanship. Maybe, I don't know. It looks like they're back to normal again. And uh-oh, that is the second barrier dropping, and it bounces right off of the Atlas Expanse, getting it correct this time, and goes into the goal.
Yeah, Bunfan's strongest opponent is not Chikara Dragons. It's their own network connection here. 2 flips still remain on the Dragons. So much capability to score here, and Fischl is going to be building that flip so quickly as well. Pewis, though, trying to push forward. Has flip burned from Pudash to the top side. Perfectly played to take a barrier, and Bunfan stranded on the other side of the map. going in is Luna, but a little bit too hasty. Not predicting the glitch pop means that Fischl is the one who has to send it through, send it forward, but doesn't manage to do so. A massive Bunfan will send it away, and once again the Slimes are locking it down. Bunfan forced to flip. A Strike War by Luna, doesn't even go for the flip.
Oh my god, just egoing the double Strike War and actually does win out on it. And yeah, at this point I do feel a little bad for Bunfan, you know, with all the disconnecting going on, but at this point really you gotta deal with what you can get. And honestly, with how their teammates have been playing, it might not be the end of the world.
Might not be, but look at the flip about to come up on Fischl. That's one own barrier. That's two barriers. Swift Deity plays it so incredibly well. A flip by Fischl to the top side. Well played to not lose the goal just yet, as Bunfan is once again lagging. A good log by Pudash to keep it away. Another Slime comes in. Swift Deity and Pewis pressuring the strikes with the speed, and Pewis will send it forward. It might not even matter that Bunfan is lagging. The midfield is just so strong.
Yeah, it just doesn't matter when your offense has so many abilities and so much speed to make it work, right? Where Pudash and Fischl just cannot fish it out, right? And that's the first barrier already, and we might see a second one follow really soon.
Pudash is going to have to burn this Tofu Fortress. The Giga Blast doesn't take the barrier, thankfully for Chikara Dragons fans. Good Cyber Swipe by Bunfan, but that bottom lane is blocked off for the moment. Pudash in a corner sends it away to Fischl, who needs to utilize the speed, but the midfield pressure of Swift Deity. Swift Deity has to be the MVP of this game so far, and if they win it here, MVP most definitely here, as a Cyber Swipe comes in from Bunfan, but a Strike War won by Fischl to send it away for now as the game stabilizes.
That's one. They don't get the second yet. Oh, and they do, as Bunfan is actually caught up on the top side, but that is a great play out by Swift Deity. The MVP for sure going to them as they do secure that first game for Chikara Advent.
Chikara Advent moving up to 1-0 in this Swiss stage. Well played to Chikara Advent. They make it happen despite the Chikara Dragons offense looking scary, despite the Chikara Dragons having the network advantage compared to Bunfan at the very least. And it all came down to just a few small iffy things, right? A lot of the clears from Pudash were a little too risky against the Juno, and there were a few drafting mistakes on Chikara Advent, but the drafting mistakes didn't end up mattering, and unfortunately the clears did.
Yeah, the clears did, but I also feel like Luna just wasn't able to kind of make use of the offenses that they were given. Because Asher should look a little bit more threatening when it comes to taking barriers, because a lot of the time what would happen is, especially against an Aimi, right? If it's against an Atlas or a Dubu or something along those lines, you could maybe cut them some slack, say, yeah, they'll take one barrier and then it'll just go away. But against an Aimi, you should usually be able to get that second barrier if your midfielder is there with you, which I would say about 60 to 80% of the time Fischl was there and ready to support.
Yeah. The big thing with Luna's offense, you need to maintain the offensive pressure, right? You can't just hit it directly into the barrier, it'll bounce off, and now your goalie is going to be in trouble. You need to hit it upwards or some other angle to maintain that pressure. So we'll have to see if that is an adaptation that is made. But Ether, we have to head to a bit of a break before round 2, and it appears the round's already ready, so it'll be a very short break.
Yeah, it'll be a very short break. We will be right back.
Hello everyone, we're back, and we have another matchup on our hands. It's Gapped Guys versus CFG. Winner here moves on to bracket. Loser has to try again next round.
Yeah, and some players, right, that I've seen around for quite some time, and others who I am a little less familiar with, right? I love the Gap Guys, all a great crew of people. Got to meet them at LAN, right? Excited to see if they can maybe make their way back to, I believe it was last season, week 4, where they nearly made it into OSAS finale.
Yeah, we'll have to see. And round 2, his map of choice is Inky Splash Zone. I mean, what went into that decision?
I just decided, you know what? I think the players should have a chance to play this map. I'm not gonna make them do it in the later weeks where things actually matter.
Okay,
so let's just
the things still matter here. Well, let's not get it twisted.
Okay, fair. I also didn't want to make it a deciding map, so that's why I didn't move to round 3, but hey.
Yeah, round 2 is a pretty chill. Honestly, you should have done round 1.
Yeah. See, as a wise man once said, : Blastoise, : great asset, :
That's true. Raise your Blastoise emotes, everyone. Inky
Yeah, raise your
Splash Zone.
emotes. But yeah, I mean, we are seeing the picks start to come out, right? Moondrops grabbing that Rasmus, and perhaps, Mew and Cold Ramen getting some of their pretty comfortable picks, right? The Dubu, the Kai. I recall, I think, in Gap Guy's previous run last season, Cold Ramen did play a lot of that Kai and looked really good on it.
Well, big goalie pick coming in here. Mew looking for that melee goalie, and there are two options on Inky Splash Zone. Either you pick a melee goalie to hold down the barrier as long as possible, or you pick a goalie to all in the kickoff, and Juno is that other type. You all in the kickoff. If you take the barrier, it's like you've won 90% of the point at that point.
Yeah, and I mean, that is really due to the fact that your water cannon opens up at the kind of taking of the opponent's barrier. One thing that I would have loved to, change to this map to make things a little bit more fair is that the water cannons both open up only when both barriers are down.
Oh,
right?
That would be pretty interesting. Well,
yeah.
We're heading right into it here. The Gapped Guys, will they succeed, or will it be CFG?
Now, one thing on this Mako pick, right, compared to a lot of the other defensive goalies, I'm not a big fan of Mako, I think, on this map, because it feels a little bit more like a semi-defensive goalie. It's, I would say, a fake defensive goalie, if you know what I mean. Especially after the changes to the minimum cast time.
Ooh, and a really good delayed strike by Mew gets it out of there, but defending this open net on Inky's is a tall task here, especially with everyone having so much speed thanks to that glass cannon start. It's going to be difficult, and that's a strike shot. Juno goalie of all things. So the defense will have to be impeccable. It's a bit of a try again next time angle here as CFG take the first goal. It's all in the kickoff.
Yeah, now at this point, Twinkle Saki has 2 forms, right? The Kazan ticking over to level 2, having access to both sets of abilities, and on the other side, all 3 members still level 1. Mew just ticked over.
Yeah, Cold Ramen dribbling, looking for a little bit of XP to unlock the Giga Blast, perhaps. Up to Moondrops. They get the barrier. Moonlit Owl can't hold it down enough. Moondrops going for a great pendulum swing attempt, but the attempt isn't quite good. But this water cannon is going to be just perfect. Drifted up to the top side by Cold Ramen, but not quite into the top of the goal, and they're gonna have to try again here. Pass through the Cold Ramen to Slimes in the middle, intercepted by Twinkle Saki, who is strike warring these pretty reliably. But now Moondrops is in a pretty good setup, but that pendulum swings a little bit early, and Moonlit Owl will get it out of there. And now this barrier is looking a little bit scary, but the Slime is there to defend for Mew, and Moondrops in once again, but well defended by Razuk. But a shot to the top side, Moondrops with the death touch will bring it to 1-1.
Yeah, Death Touch leading to the death of that first point, right, in favor of Gapped Guys, now tying things up. And it's not looking that bad for either side. One thing I've noticed, though, is that it's very often where CFG drops back to kind of go for that triple defense. And in that point, we kind of saw that it did not work out well for them, because they just did not have the chance to go on any of these offenses because of how far they're moving back.
Yeah, triple goalie on a map like this is a bit of a fool's errand, a bit of a Sisyphean task even, because you will eventually get scored on. You need to all in the offense, and Cold Ramen, what a flip, what a pass by Moondrops as well to set up the play. Well played by Gap guys. That's how you play Inkies.
Yeah, I mean, take the barrier and then flip it in, right? And living up to his name, that was quite gold, in fact. But it might not matter as Twinkle Saki is pushing back up. Cold Ramen taking so much damage. Now, Twinkle Saki could have just stuck around, damaged, and then flipped, right? But Cold Ramen getting a chance to heal up means that now the Gap guys are back on an offense of their own.
Yeah, CFG might actually regret that because Moondrops is flip available. If they take this barrier without the flip, they do indeed use the flip though. But if they had taken it without flip and flipped it in, that would have been the set over. That would have been a big opportunity for the Gap guys. But they have another chance here. Pendulum swing down. Moonlit Owl unable to defend against that. A flip attempted from Twinkle Saki. Not quite enough. Water cannon through. Good ensnare drums by Moonlit Owl to get it out of there. But Moondrops has a perfect death touch.
Again.
That was so well placed too. Like it just grabbed the core at the perfect timing.
Yeah, it's twice, right? Moondrops showing that, you know, their death touch placements are pretty, I'd say positionally great. And now look at this, right? The side of CFG cannot deny a size away from Rasmus. But this Catalyst, this Egoist, they're also there. And it looks to be passed up in favor of the team player, first pick.
Yeah, well, both Awakenings aren't as strong on the goalie position. Oh, they could have made an interesting draft move here. They could have just taken Might on the Rasmus for that size, and that means Kai gets either Ego's Catalyst, even if you're giving an Energy Awakening over to Twinkle Saki, but instead, they end up getting both Energy Awakenings. So honestly, well piloted by Gap guys regardless. And I really like that they just went team player on Mew, or it could have been another Awakening, but a non-Energy Awakening, because they are weaker on the goalie after all.
Yeah, for sure. And oh, what a great death touch, sending it into that water cannon, and ooh, almost a great shot out there by Moondrops, but Moonlit Owl is able to save it for the time being, and now CFG is on the offense they want to be on, right? They're not in this defense, but oh, a great strike out by Moonlit Owl, but Cold Ramen barraging it straight through, not giving any chance for CFG to answer.
Yeah, perfectly played with the movement speed as well, making sure to get that last strike afterwards. That's a play that you see from higher levels, more like. That's like the bread and butter of Kai if you find a scoring opportunity. And well played from Cold Ramen to do something like that. Moonlit Owl has been pretty good on the defense so far, but the offense of CFG just hasn't been able to get started because Cold Ramen is everywhere. Mew, Slimes are really putting in the work. Twinkle Saki has had a lot of shots on the barrier, but there's almost always been a Slime there to just send it away.
Exactly. And oh, almost a strike down to that barrier. Now Mew is in a little bit of a dangerous situation, has to win these strike wars, right? Because this is a Juno with strike shots and not something like this eject button where you can pressure forward the flip. Oh, that goes up to the top side. Twinkle Saki hooks it back. It does go right past that top spin, and now Moondrops has this flip. Sends it up that top corner, and wow, that's a great combo of abilities, sending it right in. A great shot out by Moondrops.
Yeah, dribble to the top side, set up the pendulum swing against Razuk, who just didn't have the tools to deal with that one. The evade strike requires you to be preemptive, but Moondrops was just immediate. And now Cold Ramen's pushing in. Barrage burned, but approaching Egoist levels right now. A few strikes, a few shots away from getting that additional speed here as Cold Ramen hangs back a flip to the bottom side. I thought it would be to the top side, but instead it's to the top by Twinkle Saki, who takes the barrier. And that's a water cannon opportunity here, but I don't think they're going to get too much off of it, as a great hook by Moondrops will interrupt all of the pressure from CFG.
Yeah, now in this corner, right, this means that Cold Ramen gets a chance to act, but not if that flip goes, but a great strike shot by Mew. Cold Ramen wants to save this, but they're just so low, they cannot contribute, but that's a water cannon shot, and that's a kill, right? But Cold Ramen is back in the backlines, not able to contribute because of just how low they've been taken.
But walks up at the perfect time, flips, finds a great opportunity, doesn't stay up, doesn't get KO'd, stays alive, uses the flip perfectly, and that's a set win for the Gap guys. Even though they had to take it slow, like you said, Cold Ramen couldn't contribute for most of that point. Doesn't matter because Cold Ramen's exactly there when it matters, picks up more speed with the aerials. And these Awakenings don't feel like the difference maker in the favor of CFG, right? Missile prop hovered by Mew. That would have been a very interesting choice instead forced to take the better option of 1-2 punch because of that deny. And well, Gap guys, they have all the tools they need. They already had all the tools, but they have even more tools to just win this game.
Yeah, I mean, all the Size Awakening is gone, right, from this draft. I guess Rampage still exists. So that means Rasmus doesn't really get anything, but 1-2 punch, right? More speed on Kai. These are great just awakenings, right, for the Gap guys to kind of close this out.
Twinkle Saki needs to find something quickly, but the 1-2 punch core speed is really coming into play, making it so difficult to get anything on the ball. Razuk trying to win these strike wars. Has the additional size, is looking quite massive here on the Estelle. That's looking really good for contesting Cold Ramen in the midfield, but once it gets to Mew, it just cleared away so efficiently, and Moondrops needs to push forward somehow, but Razuk's there with the crossfire. That's the barrier taken. That's the ensnare drums. That's a tough spot for Cold Ramen, who's forcing it forward. And Twinkle Saki looking for the strike. Razuk on the bottom side, still defended by Cold Ramen. What a clear by Cold Ramen. Not even the goalie, but finding the shots around the snipe from Razuk.
And I mean, unlike what CFG was struggling to do earlier, right? Gap guys on the defense, and then actually being able to show that they can convert to this offense. And oh, Cold Ramen getting taken really low, ready for this Egos proc any moment now, but they won't get it as they're taken off the map. And now the side of CFG has a chance to convert here. A great pull from Twinkle Saki means that the Crooked Leverage plus Strike combo will score it for CFG.
CFG, the start of a comeback perhaps, but there's still a long road ahead of them. Moondrops building up a flip as well. That catalyst going to make it so easy to build that up. It could be a goal even. Well saved by Mew to send it away. Cold Ramen with the speed, trying to do something with the blazing pace as Moondrops to the bottom side, looking for the dribbles, but the pendulum swings a little bit ambitious, a little bit autopilot even, and not going to make a good goal conversion here. Cold Ramen also being taken low quite a bit here. Mew on the defense with the slimes as usual, but damaging Cold Ramen could be the win condition as the flip goes just barely wide, but Cold Ramen will convert regardless. One more shot to take the goal in, and Moonlit Owl burns the strike early. That's a goal for Gabbed guys as CFG not as solid on the defense.
Yeah, and the Gap guys really just outstriking the side of CFG, right? Cold Ramen there just on that bottom side, winning a lot of these strike wars just by good timing. And then, you know, using the abilities to layer on top, it's just, you know, fundamental OS.
And well, there again, one strike war away from taking the barrier was Cold Ramen. Just couldn't win that second one, but all good. Still a good offensive opportunity. Twinkle Saki being chipped down. The 1-2 punch in the damage department from Mew, actually. But a great snipe by Razuk, timed with the flip to take the barrier so efficiently. They need to take Twinkle Saki out, or else the Gap guys will be in a lot of trouble, but they take the barrier. Cold Ramen with the elusive, going for the hook, but Razuk just sees that coming from a mile away, and that's the goal from CFG. The Gap guys got a little too cheeky with it. They were a little too obvious.
Yeah, a little too obvious means that, you know, that water cannon can be used to prevent that offense from coming through. And now, you know, CFG is 1 point away from taking the set, and they already start by taking this barrier.
Saki going in with the dash hook strike, catching Mew out of position. CFG might be coming back into this game, and a lot of that has to do with Razuk just so solid in the midfield in that last set.
Ooh. Okay, interesting decision, right, to be made here. I think the Kazan probably... Okay, I'm not sure about that.
Yeah.
I would have probably gone Fighter Flight or Stacks for Kazan. Those seem like the most obvious, right?
Ooh, but that's the biggest iffy thing of the entire draft. Super Surge on Estelle gives over Fighter Flight and Stacks to the Gapped guys, and it kind of feels like Moonlit Owl actually... forget the Super Surge. Super Surge is fine. Moonlit Owl taking the Rampage on a single barrier map when Stacks was available. If you're trying to make it to the finale of OSAS, you do need to improve your drafting, and that is a prime, obvious example of what can be changed there. Because the Gap guys now, again, I've said it before, they have all the tools they need to take this game, because now they have even more speed to work with, and that additional speed allows them to just bypass Razuk in the midfield.
Yeah, I mean, look at this, right? Razuk is just getting circles done around on him and actually gets sent into that water cannon now. And oh, what a great pass out by Mew down to Cold Ramen, but the ensnare drums means that it doesn't really go in the drum and base into a great death touch. Means that Moonlit Owl isn't in position to save it. A great play out by Moondrops.
Yeah, that was so perfectly timed too, of forcing Moonlit Owl forward so the Drummond base would send it backwards into the goal. And now Moondrops has Flip available, has plenty of speed to work with. It's just building up those stacks, I believe, right? Did Moondrops or Cold Ramen get the stacks?
That was Cold Ramen.
Oh, that was Cold
right?
Ramen. Well, Moondrops has even more immediate speed. He flips for the KO. The barrier found as well. The Gap guys in position to hook to finish off the goal, mixing up Moonlit Owl's positioning. And the Gap guys just one goal away, and this time it looks like they're in control.
Yeah, I mean, all they needed, right, was just a little bit of speed. All three members of Gap guys picking up speed this set, right? The Orb Dancer, the Stacks, the Fighter Flight, all great options. And on a core control map, well, when you get KO'd like that, the speed isn't that great, and that means the stacks are resets.
Yeah, but once again, Mew has so much speed to work with there. Gets it out of the corner. The 1-2 punch strike accelerates it all the way to the bottom corner of the barrier. Perfectly played by Mew. Giga Blast attempt to top side. Moondrops looking for a strike. Mew with the water cannon with the momentum. But Twinkle Saki and Razuk will defend. They're a little bit stacked though. Cold Ramen with a chance now. The Slime looking a little scary as Moondrops has one more opportunity perhaps. Going for a strike orb, but Twinkle Saki will send it away. But that's Mew with the orb available. Gets the cooldowns back, gets the speed, and will have the 1-2 punch core speed as well to work with. Pass up to Moondrops, dribbling, waiting patiently, but Twinkle Saki gets it away. Almost KO'd though, taken out by Moondrops. The power play comes through for the Gap guys, and now Cold Ramen up to Moondrops, looking for this secondary. Not quite enough. Well defended by Razuk, and the respawn will come in as Razuk defends it yet again.
Yeah, and a good death touch attempt, but a strike shot actually means that the barrier doesn't even fall. The barrage almost snipes it, and now this is just red core central as it just keeps getting sent around. One strike war win is all the side of Gap guys need to just close out this game.
But a good flip will take the barrier. Big opportunity now for CFG as the water cannon comes in, but it's not the water cannon of CFG, it's the water cannon of the Gapped guys, and they will close out the game. They will take it. They will move up to 2-0 and guarantee themselves bracket.
Yeah, and I mean, it looks like, at least for today, CFG might be the Gap guys, right? Gap guys now getting to bracket guaranteed. Now it's just a question of where they get seeded, right? Can they win their final game and get a good seed, or will they just be stuck towards the bottom end of that bracket?
CFG not out of it by any means. They're currently 1-1. So they still could make it with a win in round 3, but it's still going to be a little bit tough for them. I was very impressed with how Razuk played that game in particular.
Agree.
Most redirects in the game felt like they had the control in the midfield most of the time.
Yeah, and I mean, we kind of saw that, right, with Razuk's levels, at least towards the end before that final set. I'm pretty sure he was higher level than both of the enemy forwards, right? He was controlling this midfield, but I feel like in the end, CFG has the chance to make bracket. They just have to shore up their drafting a little bit.
Yeah, the drafting was a little bit criminal on an completely wide open map. Like Inky's is number 1 or 2 open maps in the video game, given over 3 speed awakenings and not really getting anything valuable in return, right? Super Surge Estelle is meh, and Rampage on a single barrier map on your goalie is like pretty bad. So the draft, I think, played a huge part in that game. So if they can improve that, their team looking pretty solid, all things considered.
Yeah, and I mean, I can kind of understand, wanting to deny the Juno the hot shot, but I mean, she also already has 1-2 punch. So it is still very sketchy to just say, oh, they won't get core speed, we'll deny hot shot. But you have speed available to you, right? You can just take the speed yourself and then start moving around the map, and now you're the one dictating those plays.
Well, we're gonna have to wait a little bit longer for round 3, but until then, we're gonna go on a ship. Wow. Okay, I can't talk either. You go.
Yeah, I suppose we'll be going on a short break until round 3. Don't go anywhere, guys.
Well, Ether. Look where we are.
Yeah, look where we are. Civil War. And you'd think Civil War, oh, it's just another Chikara Civil War. No, this time it's Seraphim. And we have not seen a Seraphim Civil War in quite a long time, right? Because in OSAS, at least nowadays, we typically only have Seraphim Crimson and Seraphim Cherry Kool-Aid. And it is very, very rare for the two of them to just face each other. In fact, I don't think it's happened in quite a long time.
Yep, Crimson, Kool-Aid. They're both in a bit of a tough spot here. The winner makes it to bracket, loser gets eliminated. It is a little tough, and Crimson has gotten side selection, but they're really progressing through the side select here.
Yeah, and they do pick blue side, right? Which, you know, historically has been the stronger side, but at this level, you know, we'll have to see how these players use it, right? And map 3 in Swiss, being Atlas Lab, right? It's a map that I would say most teams are relatively comfortable on, right? They don't have to worry too much about it being something like an IMEZAP where this blue side really, really matters. Instead, it'll just be based on the awakenings, and whenever we get into game, we'll have to see what those awakenings that were picked.
Yeah, the awakenings will be randomly generated when we get into game, waiting on everyone to ready. Just looking at these two teams, I would have to slightly favor Seraphim Crimson here. They have made it to multiple finales, but Cherry Kool-Aid, I mean, I wouldn't say they're completely out of it.
Yeah, I'm a bit of a Cherry Kool-Aid believer, right? Knowers know, I was watching their scrims beforehand, right? And yes, it was on Inkies. Cherry Kool-Aid did beat Seraphim Crimson, right? How do I play picking up a completely Exodia build on Julie on this Inkies with, I think, Adrenaline Rush, 1-2 Punch, Prize Fighter, and then like something else. But when you have those three as a combo, it is absolutely brutal.
Right, heading into game here, Seraphim Crimson versus Seraphim Cherry Kool-Aid. Soggy Iguana has been spotted in the chat. I don't know how that's relevant, but I just wanted to... I was going somewhere and then I didn't go anywhere. All good.
I mean, look, when he says he's drinking the Kool-Aid, is that a good thing or a bad thing? Like, I don't know what that's really supposed to mean here, right?
Looking like a Seraphim Cherry Kool-Aid supporter.
Yeah. Likely to be the case.
Bit of
Now...
Oh.
No, we're good. Okay. Atlas Lab, right?
Yeah. And
a favorite map for a lot of people.
Yeah, and the number one question for Seraphim Crimson across all of their seasons in the Omega Strikers Amateur Series has been the goalie pool of Yugo. Yugo has been picking a lot of wacky picks, a lot of eject goalies, Stephanie, a lot of offensive goalies that have been both a benefit but also the downfall of the team.
Wait, this is an Octavia ban out here. I don't know if JP Mac actually plays the Octavia. Maybe he does, but it could also just be a Castellast or Chrono Boost start. And no, we see this Kai picked up. This is probably the How Do I Play Asher, and then the Kai going over to most likely JP Mac.
Estelle goalie as well, another one of the options here for Seraphim Crimson on Atlas Lab. This comp does not look bad at all, but the main question is, can they get the ball to Master X Malachi? Because Malachi needs the core pretty much, and I'm not sure if this comp can get past the Kai reliably. We'll have to see.
I mean, we do have Tafonk's signature Drakkar, right? This man is known for killing, known for kind of taking a lot of these interactions pretty well, right? And yeah, it's as I expected, right? Shafreak on the Atlas, JP Mac on the Kai, and How Do I Play on the Asher.
Super Surge, Stagger, Swagger are the picks here. That's going to be a lot of speed across the board for everyone except for Yugo, the Estelle goalie, picking up the Super Surge because of that eject button pickup. But it often feels like a little bit of a gimmick. We'll have to see if it really comes into play. A great dribbling play from Master X Malachi, and Malachi will score the first goal, expertly dribbled as Shafreak didn't look familiar with the Mako forward game.
Yeah, Master Malachi pulling out all sorts of Mako tech, right? Even though the minimum cast time on all the abilities has been kind of reduced, or sorry, has been increased, Malachi still showing that it can be used that way. And now once again winning another strike war means that 2 barriers fall in favor of Crimson.
Malachi keeping the core up, good patience on the dribbles, and the primary to slip it right through everyone on the Kool-Aid team. Malachi looking like the single scoring presence is enough here for Crimson. And while that is good, it's also a little concerning because Seven Crimson, Teffonk, and Yugo haven't really been able to efficiently do much, right? Malachi's just been converting immediately and making the most of every opportunity, but they're not really giving Malachi opportunities that often.
Exactly, right? But we might see more options here. Actually, Malachi having to walk back on the defense, uses the ensnare drums, looks for some sort of damage, but doesn't really get much as this Kai is so fast and able to dodge so much, but that's not something you can dodge. Same goes for Teffonk, right? How do I play getting the guy that gets lore on Teffonk?
Big KO found. A good offensive push by Yugo. Just blinking back though. Not going to overcommit. Steel Blast blocked by Malachi and a barrage descended forward. And Teffonk finds the KO on the over-aggression. How do I play? Looking to equalize here but doesn't commit. Lets Malachi get the orb and just sends the core away for now as Yugo completely misreads it. That's the barriers down. If Chafri can get it out, this could be huge. The barrage send it forward. A strike war win. The Kai rushing forwards as How Do I Play on the bottom side wins a strike war. A flip burned by Yugo. A pretty confusing flip, all things considered, as the flip comes out from How Do I Play. Not ready. But once again, the offense continues.
Yeah, JP Mac not ready to receive there, but it might not matter as this Kai is just so fast, right? Controlling this midfield. And that's another strike war one, another one. Oh, a great Rose Warp out by Yugo means that it doesn't go in just yet. Now Shafreak has to save this, has this flip in case it's needed against Teffonk with the lock and load. And there's the flip. Oh no, the flip is not ready to be used in time, and Malachi with a great stun can send it through. But again, as you said, right, that single scoring presence could be a little scary for the side of Seraphim Crimson.
Yeah, it's just the Malachi show. Yugo and Teffonk not really showing consistent presence in this game so far, and that's definitely a bit of a concern. Rampage, though, will let Malachi 1v3 even harder. And Aerial's a bit of a confusing pickup here for the Estelle. Given Yugo's playstyle, Twin Drive would have been a far better pickup here. Instead, Twin Drive has to be denied by the Drakkar, which kind of feels bad.
Yeah, I mean, the aerials is something that Drakkar probably also would have wanted, but I mean, maybe they're just thinking it's also doubly a deny from Kai, right? Because Kai really loving that movement speed. And oh, more the guy that gets lower, right? H-Dip finding a great kill.
Yeah, and with the Crystal Thorns, though, good aggression by Yugo. He sent it forwards to Teffonk, the one who might have a scoring opportunity here. Goes for a very patient strike. Another strike as well, but saved away by the defense of Cherry Kool-Aid. Really, really good speed, though. Really good patience on the strikes as well, and both barriers taken in the same offensive try. Malachi's going to have to put in a lot of work. Teffonk's going to have to find a good interrupt, but the strike wars are coming through over and over again.
Yeah, and How Do I Play might be asking how does he live, but that might be how as Shafreak drops the Celestial Intervention, healing up How Do I Play to full HP, and oh, that strike is looking really rough. A great blink back means that Yugo is now in position, and a pass back means that now Crimson might have this offense going.
Yeah, and that's an important cooldown burn, but the Molten Bullet doesn't catch the core, only tags Shafreak for a little bit of slow. Another pass forward to How Do I Play. To the top side, a good flip by Yugo, but it just goes to Shafreak. Malachi finds the dribble, but the shot's right to Shafreak. Again, well cleared away from Teffonk. How Do I Play, though, is using these primaries in the midfield. Not what you like to see in the scoring opportunities from an Asher, but it might not even matter if How Do I Play gets another pass. And the defense of Cherry Kool-Aid is just incredible right now.
Yeah, I mean, Shafreak finding these clears, and then JP Mac just keeps getting these passes to How Do I Play again and again and again, and it doesn't matter if you mess up some of these plays, because if you get so many, eventually Yugo's Estelle goalie won't be able to defend all of them.
Oh, goes for the sad boys angle. Shafreak, not quite. And that will be both barriers going down. Cherry Kool-Aid need to convert here. Really good pass though, right past the Fonk. But a even better kill combo to bring the game back under control. A flip from Shafreak to halt it for a moment. But with no cooldowns available, with the flip used from Tefong. That's the goal, but I can't help but feel like that flip was a bit of a waste.
Yeah, it felt like you probably could have just gotten that by, strike, shotgun, and then the layering from Malachi on top would have done it. But hey, we'll have to see if Seraphim Crimson is punished for it. And yeah, Malachi already has to use that flip, right? In fear of getting killed by How Do I Play.
That's a barrier taken. No! Incredible defense from Hugo. Blinks right in there. Perfectly timed, but Tefong setting up, but saved away once again. JP Mac is getting in there with the strikes. Getting another one. Master Malachi so incredibly low now. Popping the center could kill Malachi, but instead it's Tefong going for a creative combo. How Do I Play brought incredibly low with no elusive left. Could be taken out soon, but it's just regenning all the way back as the Stagger Swagger start after all. And the KO not as strong if you don't get the knockback. Immediate KO. And Shafreak still sitting pretty here, but Master Malachi once again will take the barrier and a flip used from Hugo, but Shafreak will defend it away for now as Shafreak's finding some really good clears around Malachi.
Yeah, really good clears and then just great strikes by JP Mac in this midfield too, right? And that's a great barrage, right? Combined with the strike from How Do I Play. That means both barriers are taken on both sides, but this offense, right? Tefong, Malachi, they keep passing, but oh, that's the Molten Bolt! A great timed Molten Bolt that finds it into the top corner. Tefong showing that, yeah, maybe he can score as effectively as Malachi.
A really crucial point for Seraphim Crimson. It kind of felt like the game was getting away from them, but Cherry Kool-Aid couldn't convert fast enough. And Crimson find the Molten Bolt for the goal. Shafreak now forward. JP Mac as well in the midst of everything, winning a lot of strike wars here. If JP Mac could just not get KO'd anymore, then I think Cherry Kool-Aid are in a winning position here.
Yeah, exactly, right? JP Mac kind of showing that when he is alive, he can control this midfield. But then, that's what Tefong is going for. He's making sure that JP Mac cannot stay alive. And oh, what a great clear out by Shafreak, right? Dealing with that in snare jumps. Oh, but that's the missed flip, and now Tefong has a flip up really close. That's the flip into the bottom side. Doesn't really go in, and now How Do I Play is looking really low. The Celestial Intervention does save him for the time being. And Cherry Kool-Aid might have slowed this down and might have taken a barrier as well.
Yeah, Giga Blast to slow Malachi down. How Do I Play is now getting in there. JP Mac passed down. Tefong will get it away for the moment as a clear up to the top side, but Shafreak is there. If they can get it past Malachi, this could be huge. Tefong, though, to the bottom corner perhaps. A good expanse, but How Do I Play is not ready. But an amazing dribble by Shafreak off the bottom side. Perfectly played on the defense, but they'll have to do it one more time. Pull a rabbit out of a hat once again. Bounce off the center, almost KOing Tefong. JP Mac's not ready for the bounce, but the core speed's getting a little ridiculous here. How Do I Play to the other side? And Hugo cannot catch it in time. How Do I Play? A big opportunity, a flip to the top corner from Malachi. And it's a really messy point, but Seraphim Crimson barely come out on top. And they have a draft to look forward to. Cherry Kool-Aid, a few missed opportunities.
Yeah, I mean, that is the one situation, right, where the momentum boost Atlas cannot deal with, right? You need the strike shot for that. And, well, now Tefong is being rewarded with this fight or flight pickup. But there's still so many good pickups left, right? Now, How Do I Play getting this Catalyst and Hugo getting the Egoist just means that energy is being traded back and forth.
I will say, though, really well played to go for the Catalyst there. I think How Do I Play gets a little bit more value there, while Hugo's not going to get that much Egoist value. Hugo doesn't play aggressively enough to get the Egoist value, and of course it's an awkward pick to do it with, unless there's a perfect chance to blink forward with the eject button. So I think overall, along with the Chrono Boost on JP Mac, I think this is a huge opportunity for Cherry Kool-Aid to pull ahead if they can confidently convert, especially with that Chrono Boost on Kai.
And I mean, look at this Atlas. We have an absolute fastless zooming around, right? With the momentum boost, the Stagger Swagger, the Glass Cannon. But if you're fast, it doesn't really help you, right, when you're missing strikes like that, right? And maybe there's a thing such as being too fast, right?
Yeah, I think Shafreak just needs to take their time, just mentally slow the game down a little bit, because they're kind of running past the core in a lot of cases and using the primary and not being ready for the strike right afterwards. So they just need to mentally slow the game down a little bit. And Asterix Malachi, though, what a good bait. putting on so much pressure, burning so many cooldowns. As Tafonk's being brought low though, and JP Max gonna get one barrier, looking for two, but it's cleared around the corner. Malachi and Sarah Drums, another barrier taken, so efficient on the offense for Seraphim Crimson as Tafonk finds the intercept, but Shafreak is ready that time, doesn't let the core slip in, and still has a flip available on the defense. Is how do I play? Oh, just barely cannot reach the core. Another try, but flipped away by Yugo.
Yeah, now the flip having to be burned against that lock and load from Tafonk, but Malachi almost, actually he does have a flip of his own, and now he could use it in this midfield.
Goes for it. Doesn't go for the flip momentum, just waits it out, doesn't want to have it sent backwards at that spot. As Tafonk's being a bit of a nuisance at the bottom side, almost KOing how do I play as well. The core speed getting a little bit ridiculous with the 1-2 punch, but it gets past Yugo as well. Huge opportunity for JP Mac to run forward, but the core finds its way to Tafonk. Yugo forward. Estelle abilities burned in the midfield. Bit of a dangerous spot here as the flip's almost burned. That's the blink. Save the goal for now as Tafonk's going to look for a Molten Bolt soon, it feels like. The expanse goes wide. Flip available for JP Mac, but can they get it to JP Mac? To the top side it goes, but it's not scored yet, and the Giga Blast won't be enough either.
Oh, and JP Mac is so fast. He just keeps running around and collecting everything, right? And there's that flip. It's a pass up to JP Mac on the top side. Doesn't really secure it, but the pass, the clear down to how do I play actually means that he is able to secure that goal in the end.
Hard fought point for Cherry Kool-Aid. A bit awkwardly long. Feels like they could have taken that more efficiently. But they do manage to get it done in the end. But Malachi's right back at it. Gets one barrier, looking for another here.
Oh, but the expanse means that the ensnare jumps isn't really able to be used effectively, but it does sneak right past Tafonk, and now how do I play looking for some sort of kill, maybe some sort of damage, taking out this opposing damage threat of the Drakkar.
Not quite though, and now Tafonk's set up in the corner, but a good projection from Shafreak will get it out of there. And once again, JP Mac so fast, getting the barriers. The clears from Yugo, not good enough to get it out, and with the barrier still alive, this is Cherry Kool-Aid's point to win. If they can get it past, but the Molten Bolt is perfect, catches the clear from Shafreak, two flips burned, and Yugo will find the save, and now Malachi in a very scary spot. If you're a fan of Kool-Aid, Tafonk forward, well saved by Shafreak though, as Malachi takes his time, has a flip available, and will secure the point.
Not like this, Kool-Aid. You cannot crumble like that. You guys had the advantage and then lose that barrier. And honestly, I will say, great defense, but in the end, right, the seasoned veterans of Seraphim Crimson showing that they can beat this Kool-Aid roster.
Oh, but Strike will win. How do I play?
Still one more point left at least.
And Tafonk will get one barrier, and a good clear by Yugo will prevent another from going down. Malachi just lurking for one strike that could turn the tide here. And a little bit of damage will not be the factor in this game. Cherry Kool-Aid need to convert quickly as a flip is burned. Good patience by Yugo to not hurry into anything bad, but that's a hurried flip right there. How do I play? Important resource gone as JP Mac is just trying to find an opening to find the pass, but Malachi is looking a little huge, and a lot of abilities are being burned by how do I play on the damage, when the damage isn't going to win you the game here unless they can find a KO on Malachi. But it's a stagger swagger start. The regen's coming in. Tafonk's pushing forward, a flip available, and if you're going to go for damage, you're just getting knocked out by Tafonk. Malachi, one more try, looking for the barrier, Crystal Thorns, and the barriers will go down. Tafonk just needs one more shot to secure the game, but a good save by Shafreak for the moment. We'll extend it for a little while longer.
Oh, a good attempt on the Giga Blast, but not really capitalized on. But these strikes are just so good out by the side of Cherry Kool-Aid, right? Now, how do I play? Has a slip on the defense. Oh, it gets intercepted by the lock and load. The ensnare jump's not really doing much, but Yugo, the Rose Warp to the top side, means that he has a free shot, and it goes right past Shafreak. Seraphim Crimson making it to brackets.
And Kool-Aid will not. Crimson make it happen. They are chasing their OSAS finale spot for quite a few seasons now, and they will have a chance to qualify again this week.
Yeah.
Oh,
but
that felt messy from both teams. I think
yeah,
if either team had won, I would not be confident in them going into the bracket today, because I think both of them, that was not a good showing.
Yeah, and I mean, I want to believe in Seraphim Crimson, but You know, the offense, yeah, it looked to be a little bit cleaner towards the end, but it's just a lot of the time they just let it fall right past them. And that's kind of where Cherry Kool-Aid started to take these strides. But a better team, a team who might have gone 3-0 in this Swiss stage, they might be able to take those strides and then take the game off of it against Seraphim Crimson.
Yeah, still very solidly played. It's just the little things that end up mattering in these later stages of a tournament. So I'll have to see which teams will be facing Seraphim Crimson in the bracket. A lot of teams still at that 1-1 range looking for that win, but all of that will be decided in bracket stage will be after a short break. Hello, we're back with the bracket stage. I'm still here with Ether. We'll be annoying you for one more game. And this is a bit of a Chikara Civil War here. Again, only one can make it further. Chikara Girls versus Chikara Kittens.
Yeah, and I mean, first Seraphim, now Chikara, right? We're going to be seeing the death of another Chikara team today. But, you know, speaking of Chikara, this is what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 teams making it into bracket, right? That's half of the teams that have made it here, right? Doing pretty well overall this OSAS, but there is still a chance that not a single Chikara team makes it through to... Actually, no, there at least one Chikara team is guaranteed to make it to, what is it, finale?
No. There's a world where none of them do.
Wait, really?
Yeah. Also, we're ready, by the way. If you're listening, we're ready. Let's go. But yeah, there's a world in which none of them do, but one of them probably will.
Yeah, it is very likely that at least one Chikara team will make it through today. Now, as to which team that'll be, hey, maybe it could be the winner, Chikara Girls versus Chikara Kittens. We'll have to see, right?
Yeah, these two teams, I did not see them today, but they generally look pretty good. Chikara Kittens, in particular, generally looks pretty good. We'll have to see if they continue to look pretty good.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm not particularly familiar with any of the players on Chikara Girls. Any insight you'd be able to provide on them?
I've seen Shadow, and that's it.
Okay, yeah, same thing. I've seen a little bit of Shadow. I have not seen Godzilla, I have not seen Arcmeister, but hey, I mean, going 2-1 in this Swiss stage must have mean that they could be our new up-and-comers. And if they have, you know, not been playing the game for that long and just picked this up and done this well, hey, if they win this game, they might be set for a good placement in the finale.
Yeah, they might make it to finale this week, but they'll have to get past the Chikara Kittens first, who are, I guess you could say, veterans at this point. We've seen them around for quite a while.
And honestly, could we even say finale gatekeepers? I don't know, maybe.
Perhaps.
Because they were in finale last season, and I think the season before, but I could be wrong. But hey, the kitten that Fox and Sox probably wants here might be denied out by Arcmeister, right? Hovering that Aimee and then locking it in the end.
Yeah, dropping Fox and Sox down to last pick means that Aimee is gone. Mako instead. We'll see how it plays out. I've been really liking how a lot of these players have been piloting the melee goalie. It's very reliable, especially when you're given a lot of time between opportunities to get your cooldowns back.
Ooh, Twin Drive and Prize Fighter, the starting Awakenings, and going to Night Market, this Juliet with Prize Fighter with Pummelers, we're going to have to be watching to see if Shadow can get those kills, but oh, that was almost a lethal dash punch, but Mura dodges away from it in time.
Speaking of Twin Drive and Prize Fighter, Twin Drive on the Atlas goalie, Godzilla is going to have a lot of room to play with, has the strike shot as well, so much defensive power, but doesn't quite get the strike timing, and those are both barriers down. The Expanse does connect onto Xenox, does stay up, but the offense has to come through from Chikara Girls right now. It's kind of scattered. It's kind of all over the place. And if it's all over the place, that's where Estelle thrives. Mura just needs one chance to send it forward. But Xenox actually makes it a little bit difficult for Fox and Sox. Good dribbles to get it out of there. And Fox and Sox will prevent any more offense from occurring. Shadow almost going down as well. Staggered. This could be huge if they can get a prize fighter stack on the X. Was that a prize fighter stack?
That was a prize fighter stack, and on the opposite side, denied away from Shadow. That's 2 prize fighter stacks. Xenox looking to run away with the set in favor of Chikara Kittens, and yeah, that's only 1 goal, but 2 prize fighter stacks. Chikara Kittens will definitely take that.
Xenox now in full control here. Chikara Girls looking a little scattered. A lot of it hinges on Godzilla being able to hold, but so far, Xenox and Mura have been looking solid as Arcmeister also takes so much damage. If Xenox focuses on the KO here, that could be another KO found by the side of Chikara Kittens.
Yeah, and I mean, a great strikeout by Shadow means that they do get that barrier, and now that Celestial Intervention having to save Arcmeister, but he's still sitting at half HP, right? He could be taking so much damage and fall off the map at any time.
They are looking dangerously low. Unfortunately for Kittens, though, it actually extends the life, but Xenox will confirm it with the X Maximus. There was a little bit of room to move. You could have barely survived there, but it would have been very difficult to maneuver around. Xenox with the X Maximus, and Shadow is trying to defend here, but it's looking pretty impossible as Mura and Xenox are slowly marching the core up. They're maintaining possession quite well, and Fox and Sox is positioned forward as well, making it so difficult for Chikara Girls to stop.
Yeah, Godzilla not really able to win that 1v1 against Xenox, right? It's so hard to know where this X is going to send it. Is he going to take that top angle, that bottom angle, and then in the end, the X just has to wait, and he gets that bottom angle, and that is the second goal in favor of Chikara Kittens.
2 barriers taken now. Goal wide open. Chikara Kittens looking confident, but that's a KO. A good combo by Shadow and Arkmeister together. A flip burn from Fox and Sox as well. If there's ever a time to make the comeback, it is now. 2 barriers taken. Chikara Girls activated at the moment. One more shot is required. A strike war attempted by Shadow, but cleared away by Fox and Sox. And Mura has flip available, but Shadow's in there with the dash. No punch required, just hits it in.
Yeah, but it's not just the dash, right? Can we talk about that strike perfectly setting it up for himself, right? The dribble off the bottom slide, not really intercepted by Chikara Kittens, and then the dash just to finish it off there. And now look at the prize fighter, right? Shadow is still sitting at 1, but it's better than being down 0-3.
Yeah, but looking like it'll be a 0 once again. But wait a second, Arkmeister looking to challenge the barriers, gets 1. And that's exactly what you like to see from the Aimi. That's a KO found by Shadow. That's a prize fighter swinging. And Mura almost falling as well. This damage pressure could be upon us here as Arkmeister plays it very well. Gets a strike afterwards, but Mura clears it away. Xenox is back for now, but once again, Arkmeister's approaching.
Yeah, and I mean, that's both Cyber Swipes used, right? Now Arkmeister doesn't have this for if they want to get another offense going.
Tough spot for Fox and Sox as Shadow and Arkmeister are going to use that speed to try to get a passing play through. Preemptive expanse from Godzilla, but with Twin Drive, you can afford to be preemptive. And to the other side it goes once again. Flip available perhaps, but just defended away. Both barriers still maintained. Mura taken very low, no meter left. And as Xenox pushes forward, it's still so difficult as Godzilla finds a perfect expanse, but Xenox reads the flip right into the hitbox of the X, and they'll get both barriers here. Fox and Sox, what a snipe.
Yeah, great snipe up by Fox and Sox, but has this flip in case she needs it for the defense, right? But this is looking really dangerous, and oh, there's the Rose Warp out to that bottom side, and Mura securing this set in favor of Chikara Kittens. It was looking a little dangerous as Shadow was starting to swing that prize fighter back into the favor of Chikara Girls.
A bit of an interesting draft here. Damage could be taken, Rapid Fire could be taken, Orb Ponderer could be denied, Unstoppable could be denied. A lot of options available. And it will be the explosive entrance of all things, taken away from the Aimi, taking it for themselves, and that's an interesting choice. Adrenaline Rush probably going to be taken away here. Denied from the own Juliet. That might be a huge blunder here.
Yeah, I think the play here might have really just been to leave both Ad Rush and Might. Yeah, it's really dangerous because the enemy brawler has prize fighter, but I feel like the Julie doesn't mind having either of them, but maybe that doesn't matter, right? Because they do get this kill with and stacking up the prize fighter now.
Yeah, but it just feels so bad because that could have been Shadow getting that additional speed, getting the cooldown refund, and dash punching it into this barrier again. They do get it eventually, but Mura is just constantly pressuring the bottom side, looking for another barrier, and Arkmeister is the one who is brought low here. Feels like they got their awakenings on the wrong people in that draft.
Yeah, and I think the X is still ready to Maximus, right? It should be up really soon, and if it is, then that means that Arkmeister should be finished off here. And a great redirect out by Xenox means that is the second barrier following the Bull Rush. The piercing shot, not enough. And Godzilla continuing to save it from the offense of Chikara Kittens. A great defensive showing, and now Arkmeister has to run away from Xenox, who no longer has this Maximus.
Great clears by Godzilla. Really locking it down on the defense, but Xenox has flip available, and a flip burned really weirdly by Godzilla. The wrong sequence of buttons being pressed, it feels like. And now Xenox with the flip doesn't even need it to the top corner, confidently finding the goal.
Yeah, and I think that was just a panicked flip out by Godzilla, right? He strike shot it, expected Xenox to hit it back, and was trying to preemptively flip, but that's not really something you can do as goalie.
Shadow, flip available, one barrier taken already, and Arcmeister working on the flip as well. A lot of damage onto Mura. A KO here would be huge, but so is both barriers looking to equalize this set. The passing plays though interrupted, but that's one barrier taken by Mura, who's looking for another here. Dash punch though will stop that in its tracks, but Xenox will still get the barrier, still maintain possession, and still score the goal. A misclear by Godzilla sets up the perfect dribble for Xenox.
Yeah, I mean, Shadow's on 3 prize fighter stacks, Godzilla's on 4 orbs, but I mean, Chikara Kittens looks to be really close to being on 2 sets.
Tough spot here. Xenox being taken low. This KO should be found, but that's a double barrier by Mura. And Xenox is pushing forward. Godzilla is not in position to defend that open net. And Chikara Kittens 3-0, a lot more confident than the previous one, and they head into yet another draft.
Yeah, I mean, with how Chikara Kittens is playing right now, if they do take this game in a swift 3-0 set, right, we might be seeing them in finale. But there's this first pick, right? What is this? This is built different, right? And I'm not sure if I fully agree with that. I would have liked to see the Catalyst, but then the size...
It's additional size, right, with the Might of the Colossus?
Yeah, I suppose so.
The bigger mistake, I think, is the Juliet not taking Catalyst. That would have been really huge for Shadow in terms of scoring pressure, in terms of getting the flip for the dash punch flip, in terms of everything. So Chikara Girls, they had a chance to bring the game back. But instead, the Awakenings are on the wrong players. Arcmeister takes the Catalyst, but imagine if Shadow had Catalyst Adrenaline Rush. Like,
yeah, I mean, very true. But the only worry I have of this X also taking more size, yes, it does give the power, but then just become an easier tool to be dash punched, right, for this Julie. But it doesn't look to be the case. Julie's just getting beaten up, but Arcmeister just finds it in the end.
I think Xenox getting dash punch is the least of Chikara Kitten's worries. The X doesn't have to play close to the wall, and Mura's the one who has to be worried more. The Estelle ends up close to the wall a lot more often.
Yeah, especially with a lot of these corner clears kind of coming out from both defensive goalies. A clear that is favored by a lot of these types of goalies.
Arcmeister building up a lot of meter here, has a chance to make something happen, but again, just a really rough draft for Chikara Girls. They did not navigate that very well, but if they get a KO here, it could not matter at all. If they could take Xenox out of Shadow, can use that speed to chase with a dash punch. That's the elusive use. Xenox is vulnerable, but an amazing ensnare drums by Fox and Sox covers the X, lets the X regen, and Xenox is right back in the action. Chikara Kittens save their brawler, and now Chikara Girls are well and truly in a ton of trouble.
Yeah, Godzilla kind of blundering that flip, but it might not matter as the side of Chikara Girls get this offense going, but oh, this is looking really dangerous. The Atlas has no ranged abilities left in case Mura looks for some sort of snipe, but it just keeps changing hands back and forth. This Firewall Sentry and this flip ready to be used too.
Oh, but Shadow well positioned, gets the barrier, looking for a pass up, looking for a dribble, trying to get past Mura, but it goes right below Arcmeister, who cannot get control of the core, needs to use his flip to try and secure it, but Fox and Sox will defend it. Great Arcmeister, but well cleared by Mura. Bottom side again, good revive by Godzilla to maintain that flip, and a good clear to not get caught up by the piercing shot, but the Crystal Thorns right afterwards. Mura well placed. And a flip wasted by Arcmeister as well. Chikara Girls, their resources are just being blown on thin air, unfortunately.
Yeah, unfortunately, yeah, it just seems like Chikara Girls isn't getting these flips that they want to, right? A lot of their flips just go wide.
They're using them very, very preemptively and also late. They seem to be more decisive with their flips, but speaking of decisive, Fox and Sox a little too decisive. Own barrier from the center. Unfortunate angle. Chikara Girls, big opportunity to get into the lead in this set at the very least, but Xenox is just reading the dash punches left and right. A really preemptive evade is perfectly played, and that's an amazing ensnare drum. So much damage. Arcmeister is going to be taken out right afterwards, perhaps. A flip used by Godzilla, but that's missing the corner angle again. And that's not what you like to see, as Xenox is just pushing forward. So much damage onto Arcmeister. This could be a KO.
Yeah, but if this gets up to Shadow, Shadow could just dash punch it in, and he does exactly that. The size helping him there and making sure that Fox and Sox has no chance to react against that dash punch.
What a strike shot by Godzilla, setting it up for Shadow perfectly. And of course, like you said, they find a dash punch in at the perfect timing, not letting Fox and Sox get an ability out, get a strikeout. And now Chikara Girls might be in a decent spot here, but Mura with the good blink.
Oh, no.
The Xenox with the barrier take. Shadow, they managed to get a KO there, but Mura's in there once again with the blink, and Chikara Kittens are 1 point away from taking the game.
Yeah, that can't be the way they go out here, right? Mura getting a great Rose Warp, Godzilla getting caught off guard, and that's after that Shadow found the kill on Xenox, right? They needed to make something happen there and maybe take the set, but they're already losing one barrier, potentially two. That's the Rose Warp that secures the second, and Arcmeister has the flip, has to decisively use it in some way.
Yeah, but it might be an awkward spot again. Used it way too late. Chikara Girls now in so much trouble. One passing play could do it. It bounces across the middle, accelerated by the speed gate, and that'll be Chikara Kittens taking it. The veterans of OSAS against Chikara Girls, who are a newer face. Chikara Kittens moving on.
Yeah, Night Market giveth and Night Market taketh, right? That's exactly what we saw there, right? As Chikara Girls gets eliminated by the map itself. But overall, a really great showing by Chikara Kittens, and especially Mura. You can see this 159 redirects just completely dictating the pace of the game.
Yeah, just complete midfield control from Mura. And of course, Xenox as well, navigating that well. And Fox and Sox had so many good moments. On the other side, Chikara Girls, not a bad performance by any means, but it didn't feel like they were as, I guess, well gelled together as a team. Maybe that's to be expected, though.
Yeah, for sure. And I believe, yeah, Chikara Girls is one of the newer Chikara teams, and I think for them, they should be proud of themselves, right? Kind of going 2-1 so far in this first week of OSAS as a newly formed team. They have potential, right? If they just are a little bit more patient, right, with a lot of their flips, and just kind of careful with how they send the core, they can kind of shore up their mistakes and perhaps even make finale.
Yeah. And it looks like our next match is ready, but it won't be us who's casting. So we'll go to a quick break, and we'll be right back.
Yeah, all right. Bye, everyone.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to OSAS Season 8. The bracket actually began a match ago, but I'm here now with Flop Flop, and we're going to continue us on as we get into the later rounds here. We got Ristel versus Chikara Dragons. Ristel undergoing a little bit of a roster change as well, it looks like. Chikara Dragons, a little bit a new team, but I recognize some of the players on here, so we'll have to see. This could end up being a pretty interesting match. I think it's Atlab was the chosen map, but yeah, Flop, what are your thoughts going into here?
Yeah, so we have Ristel coming in 3-0 from bracket side and, continuing that win streak. They're 4-0 today, I believe. Yeah, and they proved themselves last season as well. They did very well. New roster seems to be, well, I guess this is the new roster. They seem to be holding up, but also Chikara Storm did very well last season as well. Or sorry, Chikara Dragons. Pudash and Kinsey were on a team, another Chikara team, Chikara Storm last season, but Kinsey swapped to midfield since then. Was a brawler, getting it done, and now he swapped over to that midfield role, and so you have to see how that'll do. I've been looking at their games today. They seem pretty good, but also Ristel's a heavy hitter, so I'm not really sure. It could be, I don't know if they have it. I don't know if they have the coordination that they need with Luna to carry this forward and keep that momentum rolling. But it should be a really good game regardless, because both these teams have proven themselves not only this season, but also in the past.
Yeah, there's some good veteran players come around here. I'm going to take a look at the rosters real quick as well, because some name changes have occurred. But yeah, I'm interested to see this as well, because Dragonlance for Ristel is currently sitting in the forward position. I don't know if that's where they're going to stay when the game starts, but to my recollection, they used to be the goalie. So in addition to getting a new goalie, they've also got some role swaps going on there. Atomic Dino, the new goalie, not someone I'm familiar with. So I we'll see. I mean, they made it this far. Like you said, they're 4-0. Or 3-0, rather. So clearly things are working well, but I think we'll have to see what, a lot that happens in the game before we can speculate too much. Looks like Chikara's readying up here, though, so I think once Ristel is ready, we should be getting into it in just a bit.
Absolutely. Be starting up here soon, and beyond this, the winner of this will be playing against the Gapped Guys, which is another team that performed very well, if I remember correctly, right? I think they're 3-0 as well.
Yeah, looks like they're 3-1.
3-1, all right.
Yeah.
Regardless,
So,
yeah, they're gonna find their way up there, and we've also got. I lost the bracket. I don't know. You would think after multiple OSISs, I would know how to get to the bracket, and I still don't. Okay, got it. Yeah, so winner of this goes up against Gapped Guys, and then we do have a third place tiebreaker.
yeah.
That doesn't matter. Never mind, ignore that. That doesn't matter right now.
mind.
That's for next. That comes in play next round. My bad.
Yeah, it's after the semi. But yeah, I suppose while we're waiting here, looks like people slowly readying up. We did just have that patch a little bit ago, so I'm curious as to the awakening changes coming through. Like, what are your thoughts on this? There's a lot of stagger is gone, a lot of size is here. What are your general thoughts on how you think this is kind of affecting this this kind of OSAS scene?
I think we're gonna see a lot more X, a lot more size brawlers, X, Julie, Asher, because we do have it was built different to what's rotated in, I believe.
Yeah.
By itself isn't it's whatever, but it still is another size awakening, and with Might of the Colossus, Big Fish, Rampage, you have a lot of options there, and also size just tends to be very beneficial in OSIS, where players kind of haven't mastered the range and don't understand entirely all that. So I believe that's going to be it. And then also on top of it, I think it's going to be a lot harder for people to deal with these haste midfielders with stuff like Fight or Flight, stacks, Stagger, Swagger, all these like haste midfielders, these characters that can just like kind of run over the map. I think those are going to be pretty strong as well, just because the size and speed tend to really punish players that kind of don't know how to deal with that size and speed a lot more than you typically would see in like in a higher league. But we were not on Atlab, we were on Clarion.
Yeah,
all right.
I realized that I lied to the audience. There was Clarion Test Chamber, but I mean, it's kind of Atlab. It's relatively neutral. You can still play around damage. You can still play around core control. You can kind of do a lot of stuff in it. Works. Kazan ban and Juliet ban, though, coming out to start us off.
Absolutely. Curious to what we see. I don't believe we've gotten a start yet. No, we have not. But we are seeing an interesting comp here. Era Estelle Luna. I'm not sure I'm biggest fan of that one, but what do I know?
Yeah, it's Era goalie as well. It's Era goalie, like we've seen the Era goalie double brawler, quite a bit now. It's kind of a thing that you can do, or at least you could do. But we've never really seen Era double midfielder. Definitely an OSAS comp of all time, I think. Meanwhile, Chikara Dragons looks like they're pulling out the rune, likely in the midfield here. A little bit more tame, creation-based comp for Dragons, but I'm curious as well to see what the starting awakenings are and what like dictated this. Okay, rapid fire Stagger Swagger, and everyone just went rapid fire except for Luna, who went Stagger Swagger plus Vambrace. Really wants to stay alive, I guess, over there on the Asher. But yeah, I'm definitely curious to see how this double midfield Era ends up playing. Eject button Era as well, by the way. Should point that out. That's for the cooldown reduction.
Absolutely. I will say this Era pick tends to be really strong. It can make a brawler's life really frustrating, even if you're not killing them. Oh, quick little round there. Gonna go around Pudash. Unfortunate, but yeah, like this Era pick does kind of make the brawler's life miserable. It does a lot of debuffing. It makes the midfielder faster to assist more. So I have to see if Luna can like really compete, and find a way to make it work even while strong, while outspeed. Especially because we have the Vambrace. Like, we're gonna survive, but like, can we do anything with that survival?
Yeah, I mean, personally, I'm actually kind of a big advocate for Era goalie because I think it's very fun. And yeah, you essentially end up, especially with the rapid fire start, you end up with the scenario of Atomic Dino can kind of perma shrink Luna, and make a lot of the clears like pretty easy, and just prevent a lot of things from happening before they happen, right? And with the eject one as well, there's just a lot of cooldowns that you can work with. So I mean, they're showing pretty good prowess on it. They're pushing up quite a lot and just standing in front. Look at the positioning right now, basically becoming a third midfielder really, and because Luna can't get a hold of the core at all. Well, I mean, still a Dragonlance fan, just literally keeping it up there, and it's working out pretty well. So I'm a believer. I'm down to see this succeed.
Absolutely, always cool to see these picks that are still considered not as ideal succeed. And we've had overtime here. Ball's kind of just going around. Both barriers have fallen, both sides. Pudash under a little bit of pressure. The core flip's coming out, putting it in that top corner. Atlas Primary will not block that. That is a little unfortunate. But yeah, it seems like Restell's just sitting pretty comfortably. They don't really have a lot of pressure on them. Able to keep the core up a lot.
Yeah, and we saw that as well with Atomic Dino literally just running up with the speed boost. That's a thing that you can do, with Era goalie, obviously, but because they've got the eject button as well, they're doing it so much more frequently because they can't get punished. Like they're actually utilizing the eject button very well here, which is I think is a lot of things when people want to like pick Era goalie and they pick eject button because go fast. They don't actually like use it. But Atomic Dino is. I'm liking how they're playing quite a lot here. We'll see if Restell can't take this set. Another core flip coming through, but the Rune Pillar will block it and will be a lost barrier here. Chikara Dragons will have an open goal, but once again, Dragonlance and Dragonlance fan just keeping the core up so hard right now, and it will be Restell to take the set.
Yeah, and this is a team comp that you don't really want to let them grab Awakenings very early on. We seem pretty safe here. There's not too much you're missing out on. Stacks on stacks is going to hurt if Restell ends up picking it. It could be very, very dangerous. Just because it kind of, yeah, it picked up. Rune's gonna really struggle to keep up. And not a lot of ways to get through this Estelle with that character, but we do have some options available to us. We have a big fish built different. Our Asher is going to pick up some size, maybe be able to do something with that. But I'm looking at this, and Ristel seems really comfortable with this draft. Perfect form on your Luna. Get more of those rockets, more of those stashes out. You know, the stacks become a menace. And your Era's got explosive, which, I mean, not the biggest thing, but that's more haste, more speed.
Yeah. Atomic Dino, I think, is just going to look to stack up those Haste Awakenings. I mean, there's 4 of them in the pool now, right? So you could get, if another draft goes by and we just get another, any of the remaining Haste Awakenings, Atomic Dino is going to become a massive threat because, I mean, look at that move. Literally ran past Luna and then just eject buttoned back across the entire map to just be the midfielder for the midfielders, right? It's such an unorthodox way of playing the game, but it's working really well, and I don't think Chikara Dragons really know what to do about it, because Atomic Dino just ignores Luna, runs off like this, and then if the situation is dire, can just eject button back. Meanwhile, Dragalance and Fan are literally just kind of bullying Pudash and Kenzie with all their projectiles, and they're kind of struggling to get it back up there.
Absolutely. Oh, that's so unfortunate. Wait, you hate to see that. A pillar despawned just at the worst time. Very good timing by Ristel. Sorry, Estelle. But yeah, I mean, it puts a lot of pressure on the forwards of Chikara Dragons to actually be able to play together and find those passes. But also, Era, Estelle, Luna are very good at intercepting those passes. So it's even more important that you, like, it's just a very difficult spot for Chikara Dragons to be in. And Kitsy's gonna die somehow. I think it was a Luna rocket that found him. And power play here, Luna's a little far forward. Pudash gonna have to fight this 2v1 by himself, and it seems clear the power play is dead.
Yeah.
A couple missed passes are gonna shut that down.
Kenzie back online here. Luna not looking too good. Dragalance fan gonna find another KO with the boost. Pummer's coming in big, but core flip coming out. Pudash walking up, pass over to Kenzie. Gonna dribble it around the top, just looking to buy some time for the forward to come back, but not able to find any scoring opportunity with everyone from Ristel back there. Now it's Dragalance trying to get it back through and try and reignite this offense. They gotta get this barrier down. But they are here for the long game. They've been holding it down so far, and seems like they're winning the war of attritions in the long run as well. Dragalance at max stacks here. Piercing shot will be able to nail the barrier. Now, once again, Pudash and Kenzie in the very unfortunate situation of having the open net. Core flip burnt by Dragalance, sends it all the way around. Gonna have to fight the pillar here for it, and an unfortunate bounce will get it to Luna. He'll be able to put a point on the board here for Chikara Dragons. They do have a bit of a mountain to climb to bring this one back, though.
Yeah, absolutely. Overtime is where Chikara Dragons is going to thrive. With that faster core speed, you make it harder to, you make it easier to get those passes off. The Estelle, the Luna, they kind of struggle with those fast speeds. Makes their reads harder to do. And, Pudash a bit greedy for that orb, and we might see something come here. A lot of air obstacles in the way. Pudash is going to be able to clear it down. Dragalance missed dash is going to spell disaster for them. The airship sends its regards, and no barrier will be taken. But, yeah, I mean, we kind of just reset. Chikara Dragons still coming out on the back end of this, with both barriers down. Atlas not known for holding the open net. This could be very rough. Could be the end of the set at this point here.
You got a flip to work with. Keeping it well in the corner here. A great pillar from Kenzie, actually. Shut down Dragalance's play there. Now Dragalance once again in the center here. Can go a number of ways with this. Going to bring it up to the top. Expanse here from Pudash. Is able to get down to Dragalance fan, though. Will win the strike war against Kenzie. And that'll be Ristel taking yet another set here. Pretty decisively. Luna stuck at level 3 as opposed to the level 6 Dragalance. It's looking kind of rough, and there's some pretty good awakenings on this board. Loads of speed. You can't deny anything from Atomic Dragon. This Era is going to get whatever they want.
Yeah, Estelle's going to be able to pick up the hot shot here, get that red speed. Atlas does have an option. He's going to opt into the extra special to try to help keep his team alive. But honestly, I think you kind of need to go something like Orb Dancer, and because Kenzie really needs that assistance. Like, it's just no matter how like what character you're playing, the midfielder in this comp is going to struggle to procure this rock forward. It's just like not something that's easily done by one person. So Dancer might have helped with that, but they opted into the Happy Star. Understandable. I do get it. And Luna managed to pick up 1-2 punch, but maybe it just won't matter. But I feel like the ball is never really being. It's just so hard. Like, you have to find a way to get it forward. It gets 3 midfielders, and I don't know how you do it.
Yeah, I mean, you have Rune and Atlas. Those are not exactly the characters ideal for beating it past, like, the pass interception characters of the game. And then when Atomic Dino is literally just running circles around Luna like this, like, just literally kind of doing what Finny does and just walking up to win the Strike War before Luna has a chance to take the Strike War. It becomes exceedingly difficult. And there's that scenario once again. Budash and Kenzie just backs against the wall as Dragonlance fan and Dragonlance literally are just, they're basically just doing target practice with their projectiles at that point. Like, there just doesn't seem to be a way for Dragons to reliably clear it out of that situation.
Yeah, and the Quangle will claim another victim. See if Budash can hold this last barrier. Luna playing it forward. The beam, the error, Nako's going to get it forward to the side of Budash. Dragonlance fan taking that last barrier. And it's reset. Here we are. We've been in this situation before on this exact same variant, I believe. Dragonlance fan and Estelle, though, managed to find a way to just permanently keep this ball up. Estelle claiming that era buff from the middle. And NATO could spell disaster, but I don't think it will. I think they're fine. Estelle's got a core flip. If this doesn't go through Atomic, it has, though. I mean, we're still in a very dangerous spot for Chikara Dragons. If this flip ever is in a good spot, that's it. That's the round.
Yeah, for sure. And now Dragonlance, some midfield play here. Dragonlance fan boosting up. There's the flip, going for the bottom. The expanse will be good. They still have the offense going. So they can kind of wait out the pillar pass of the Dragonlance in the top to blink down, but the banish from Kenzie will be enough to buy a bit of time here. They're trying to get back up to Luna, but still can't get a hold of this ball. Pudash in a nice wait. Almost brings it down to the bottom side. Atomic Dino able to clear it out here, but Luna able to finally find the core flip and sink it right in. Dragonlance and fan just weren't quite able to catch up to the core in time there. Dragons will be on the board. I mean, we're seeing once again Luna just hit level 4 in 0.4 of set 3. Meanwhile, Dragonlance is level 8, which is kind of insane.
Yeah, it's a bit rough. Oh, unfortunate bounce from Kenzie there. And they're going to play it to this corner. This is where your team comp thrives, and they do manage to claim it, but can you confirm? And oh no, that's game. That's the game. A spare core will get past Budash. And we've seen a bit of a sweep. It didn't really feel like there was life in Dragons at all in this game. Like, the very few times we got the barrier, it seemed like it was kind of just rarely something, rarely a performance. It was kind of just like, oh, it slid by, or we managed to get a flip. It really did feel like Ristel kind of just had the ball the entire time. And, I mean, the redirect show. Luna with 20. They're just not able to get that ball, and Atomic, Estelle, Atomic and Estelle kind of just run at you and make your game miserable. That's strength of this era, and then on top of that, the double midfield comp. That's a bit brutal. You hate to see that.
Yeah, it's really rough out here. Dragonlance had more shots than Luna had redirects. Like, literally more than double. These numbers are really kind of crazy to look at. But hey, Ristel, that is an absolutely insane team comp, but like, they played it so well. I would never have thought that would be a thing that works the way it does, but you know, at least in this case, at least against this team, it was incredibly effective. The eject button Aragoli, I mean, it did what it was supposed to do: run fast, shrink brawler, and get the core away, back over to the midfielders, who just lob projectiles at the opposing defense, cut off all their passes, and eventually just kind of chip them down. And with gameplay like that, I'm excited to see where they bring it in the future rounds. Ristel, I think, a team to really be looking out for, with they're pulling out wild cards like that, I mean, it's certainly going to be a crazy bracket run, to be sure. They'll be going up against Gap guys over in the semifinals in a bit. But right now, they're going to be moving over to Seraphim Crimson versus Chikara Kittens.
Yes, the age-old rivalry. It's here every single time. It feels like we have our Seraphim versus our Chikara match in the semifinals. So winner of this is going to go qualify. And here, these are also teams that have both been in the previous season. Obviously, Seraphim Crimson. You know, it's the Master Malachi team here with Yugo and Tufonk. And Chikara Kittens, another Chikara team that's actually had a couple seasons now, I believe. 2 or 3 maybe. But I know they do play. This is the Fox and Sox, the Mura, Xenox, and Cedo Stars. I'm not sure who all's playing today. It seems like Xenox, Mura, and Fox and Sox, which is the standard normal team.
Yeah,
should be very good.
Definitely been around a fair bit. They've qualified. I think they've made it to finale. I might be wrong about that. I think that they have it at least one point. I feel like I remember that. But they're definitely a qualification. They are definitely able to qualify for finale. But Crimson is as well. And I mean, both these teams, I think, unlike Ristel, I don't think there's any like massive surprises that either of these teams tend to pop out. These are a little bit more, I guess, old heads in the scene. They tend to do what they like to do. And it's generally pretty standard stuff in terms of you know, what they choose and how they tend to play. They don't change up too often. They stick to their guns and do what's good. So I imagine that's what we're going to see here. And looks like we're seeing Xenox on the Juliets, Fox and Sox on the IME, which is pretty much standard. And, well, we'll see what comes out here in the ban phase. The infamous Luna ban against Crimson is, of course, always on the table. But, you know, things can be shaken up. It's actually going to be the Mako ban from Kittens and a now ban here from Crimson. Kind of interesting. They will allow the Luna for Yugo, which is the preferred goalie. They're going to pick up the Estelle and the IME here on Kittens for a bit more aggression. But it's Era X from Crimson. Something that they actually don't run that often. I'm curious to see how that unfolds.
Well, that's a bit... Well, I don't want to say interesting because it's Era X, but that is a bit interesting for this team. It's something they don't do very often. And with this Luna, I mean, both teams really do have a comp that I don't have any complaints with. I think they're both fine. It's really just going to come down to whether or not Xenox can survive and if he can find some dash punches. Let's see what the start was. Rampage Monumentalist. So that era with Monu is going to be a real problem. Well, I say that era might already be dead if we're not careful here.
Yeah, Funk will have to survive here a little bit. But yeah, Monu era is going to be is a really nice start. And Rampage X as well. Malachi went Siphoning Wand, interestingly enough, instead of Kicks. Which might be a questionable pick, but we'll see. If KOs end up paying off, it could be worth it. You have Moore on the edge, but it's actually Xenox who finds the dash punch first. You go dashing out, not able to find too much here. They're going to have to try and stall out this power play. Xenox will get one barrier off of it. Funk will be coming right back up here. This top corner looking a little bit rough. Malachi with the Bellringer actually got a good angle on that to keep it away from Xenox. They're still pushing kind of hard. Now Malachi's the one low on energy, low on health here. Such able to catch up to the core in time. Tefunk and Malachi still trying to make something happen, but just can't get the core past their side of the field right now. We're out doing a good job of holding it down, and Fox and Sox making some nice passes to keep it going as we head into the first overtime. Bit of a whiff flip, but the NATO from Funk just did so much damage, and the secondary from Chikara is just going down. Malachi finding one, Yugo finding another. It is just Xenox. It's a forward in the net. Just the Juliet, who's 1-2 strike force and is actually, holding it down. They're buying time. The core flip comes through, but Xenox still holds. Oh, gets a little bit greedy, though, and walks up. And Crimson will win it, will take the point, but it's definitely kind of scuffed there.
Yeah, that was a good hold by Xenox, but also Crimson probably should have They might need to give them a bit more respect and actually have, play that 3v1 power play a bit more airing. Go ahead and confirm it. Walk up a bit more. But yeah, the siphoning on X that you were mentioning, I think it's actually the right choice. Like, I know a lot of people prefer Slicks, but I mean, if you look at this comp, they're just going to kill you, and that's what they did last round. I don't actually think there's anything wrong with going siphoning and just murdering on repeat. Luna under a lot of pressure here. Xenox finding that dash punch on the staggered era can be able to confirm Mura and Xenox playing this power play in the corner. It's going to bounce, and Luna's got it clear for now. 4 seconds, the timer will be up before anything else is happening. Oh, Fox and Sox passed straight to Malachi.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate. He kind of stood in the middle, and it just kind of came to him, but Malachi's got a core flip up now, gonna burn it there. Get that barrier here. Tefunk trying to keep this away from Xenox to avoid getting dash punched. Be able to force it through, but a nice little rotation here. Core flip from Xenox catches Yugo lacking on the wall. The boost a little bit too much, perhaps. And will be Kittens able to tie it up 1-1.
This is a no-flight zone, ladies and gentlemen. Good kill by Xenox, and here we are, kickoff. You know how it goes. Era hits her speed boost, they win the kickoff, but actually they don't somehow. Barrier for the side of Chikara Kitten's gonna fall. Mural is gonna perish, I believe. Nope, they're actually fine right now. Not a lot of pressure. If Luna and Tefunk can hold this, should be good. Malachi's got a bit of pressure going, nothing that really comes out of it. Going down. Turret will be coming out. The blink, glitch pop, it's all out, and they lose the barrier. Malachi, NATO's coming in, could be dangerous, good evade. And it kind of just reset, you know? Seraphim Crimson's got their barrier, you just gotta play this slow, and eventually this will go in.
Yeah, Xenox is a little bit scary walking up like that, though. A nice blink for Mura is actually able to sneak it past here. Now, Fox and Sox has the ball in their court, gonna send it back over to Mura here. The NATO winding up, the nuke coming in. Nice elusives from Mura. Keep it going. The X-Maximus pop. Yugo dashing in is able to get it past Fox and Sox here as Mura getting hit stunned into oblivion by the X-Maximus. Crimson will bring it to set point now. Yugo gonna have the flip up for this one. They could try and make it a quick points. They're able to do anything spicy, but we'll have to see. Kitten still has the opportunity to bring this set back.
Absolutely, and Kittens does have a bit of a damage advantage right now if something can be made of it, and it's gonna reset. So I don't think they actually do. Core flip coming out for Fox and Sox to clear it. Luna playing it forward again with that dash. Probably going to have to burn the flip here. Got the Julie staring you dead in the eyes. Ooh, Fox and Sox. Beautiful blink forward to eject, and they will find it in. Beautiful, beautiful sequence from Chikara Kittens. And bring it to... What is this? Set point? Yeah, it's set point.
Yeah. Right up. This is the... This is the opposite of the comfort zone for Crimson. Whenever they start reversing a set, seems to be when they start to falter. So we'll see though. Malachi's gonna be getting a KO here. Might be getting 2 on Fox and Sox. Yeah, it's the goalie down and a barrier as well for the reward to Funk. Able to pick up a second one. So Malachi gonna just sink it into the bottom. Another 3v1 power play here for Crimson, capitalizing much better on that one than the previous one. And we'll be able to close out that set. Hopefully get some nice things on this X. Might of Colossus could be really huge here with the Rampage start. But looks like Perfect Form could be going instead. A couple nice options to pick from.
Yeah, I believe Gargan's kind of struggling to deal with this this kill comp now that we have all the stagger rotated out. It's a lot more reliant on actually evading. You can't just grab Woke Up, Peak Performance, Reverb, any of the 5 awakenings we had last patch to increase your max HP and just gonna thrive. But we do end up picking up a reverb, which could offer a little bit. I don't know if it's going to be enough, but more importantly, this X got perfect form, which is going to be massive, and Luna got Happy Star, which is going to just kind of make kickoff like awful. And as we can see, Xenox didn't hit that evade key in time, and will pay the price. Oh, I lied. I joked. Just kidding. Will not be paying the price quite yet. No cooldowns means he's going to be able to get away free.
Yeah, that was a really good draft from Crimson. Of course, the Perfect Form being the MVP pick was extremely nice, but I'm kind of surprised that Xenox actually opted for the prize fighter, because if they ever get KO'd, they just don't have any awakenings. And they also let Stagger Swagger get stolen by Crimson. They should have just grabbed that on Fox and Sox, I think, so that their goalie won't die. But speaking of dying, Malachi able to pick up one here. Just Yugo boosting way up. A nice clear from Fox and Sox, but not going to be able to do it twice. Malachi will be able to sink that one right in. And what started off as a pretty good set for Crimson has snowballed very quickly. after that one draft. They are the more that they win in this round, the stronger it's going to become as they get more rampage stacks as well.
Absolutely, and just on top of it, this Era X, known for its scaling. Little hold there by Luna, taking flight, gonna take that top barrier, take both barriers. NATO's gonna be spelled doom, and Malakai's got the ult and the core flip for next round. Oh my. Seraphim Crimson's looking very comfortable right now to take the second set, and well, I mean, take the game if they get something good for this next set.
Yeah, they're playing this really well. 3 flips to work with here as well. They could just get to a massive power play, essentially. The Funk does flip it. It's a nice flourish from Xenox, though. Does stall it out. And Chikara will be getting 1 barrier off of that. Malachi will flip for a second one. Sets up Funk nicely for the second. You go up in the midfield. The Firewall Sentry comes out, but Malachi almost able to grab the barrier here. The NATO coming through, but they can't quite find it. Over Malachi able to find it right below Fox and Sox. A little bit far up there. Keep a nice pass as Crimson going to take another set. This one 3-0. Very decisively. The X, once again, the MVP. The scaling is just going to begin to get extremely out of control here. Fight or flight could be really massive for resetting the secondary on staggering someone and just getting that speed boost. And yeah, this X might be unstoppable at this point.
Absolutely, and this Era is also going to have something like that rapid fire to pick it up. And if the Zedai is not picked, it's looking a little sketchy. But I mean, yeah, she gets missing prop regardless. And you're Julie's got Orb Ponderer, I guess. Opting into the hot shot, actually. That's a little. I don't know about that. I think the Orb Ponderer is probably your only real option here. But I mean, I'm looking at this draft from Seraphim Crimson. It might be a little cooked. Turret's gonna claim that top barrier. Some damage from the Era NATO onto Mura. Malachi and Funk walking up, playing it, but they are behind the ball. And oh my, that guy's dead. Glitch pop. And Luna's taking flight, able to play it forward in this power play, but I don't know for how long. And yeah, the barrier will be taken.
Yeah, Xenox gonna set up a nice dash punch here. Not a lot you can do in that situation, unfortunately, but I mean, speaking of the drafts, I mean, Crimson got 2 basically perfect drafts in a row at this point. They're really cooking, but Malachi not getting any rampage stacks off the first point is a little bit not great to start them off. Xenox is a bit ahead in that regard, but they can definitely bring it back here. Funk does have the NATO set up here. Xenox getting massively hurt. Yugo now boosting in, starting up the aggression. Xenox has to be really careful. The Bellringer coming in, but doesn't quite find the KO. Malachi still could be hunting, though. Firewall Sentry is set up on the bottom. Mura's Rose Thorns will confirm it. 1 barrier will be falling here for Crimson. Xenox looking for a second one, but getting batted around like a pinball machine for a second there. This is back in Seraphim Crimson's court. They're pushing up hard. Mura on the defense, desperately trying to hold. Malachi has the active Maximus, though, and that's the forward gone. And with a flip up on this X, boost comes in from Yugo, and the flip is burnt, sinks it right into the top side. And that's Crimson will be able to tie it up and pick up right where they left off.
Absolutely, and here we are. Kind of even state, not really any team massively ahead of here. Those rampage stacks, the Luna Orb, or the Luna Ult, not the Luna Orb, going to come out. The NATO's going to come out, and if they can hold this, you have a pretty big damage lead. Xenox might be able to just die. I think if Master Malachi decides that this guy wants to die, yeah, I mean, there he goes. Oh, that Lunar Rocket's not going to lead to anything. But it's going to go around, and Xenox alive for now, but stagnant. You can't really do anything, and Rura and Fox and Sox might be able to build some pressure, but there's not much you can do without your Brawler there to confirm. Just going around, and now we're back in. Oh! That's
a great
unfortunate.
Boost. Yeah, Yugo saw that one. Fox and Sox, unfortunately, clearing it to empty space is passing it to Luna, basically. Kind of on both sides of the ball. Because unlike other eject button goalies, you don't need a Dash Awakening. You just are the Dash Awakening. You can really be anywhere you want, which is really the strength. You have to be very careful doing those cross passes, especially on an open net like that. And now Crimson on set point in a bit of a tricky situation with an open goal to 2 barriers. Kittens could pick up a point here. Crimson looking to fight right back as Malachi gonna bring one down for the team here. The offense continuing on. The NATO winding up. Hugo boosting in here. Barrier still managing to stay up, though, as Kittens able to clear that one out. Bit of damage from the nuke, but so far holding it. Foxensock with the cyber swipes. Able to find a nice setup there. And I guess it goes both ways, because Foxensock does have the aerials, so clearing it to empty space is also clearing it to Imi. both teams gonna have to be a little bit careful on these open nets.
Absolutely, and quick little kickoff here. Xenox eating that Luna ult every time, it seems, and Malachi's got this ball in the corner. Might not get the kill he wants, but he's still a very threatening... Yeah, there we go. The flip comes out to secure that barrier, and here we are, set point, open net for Chikara Kittens. With this X, this arrow barreling down on you. Luna covering the out clear, and the Bewitching Beam will be what puts it in. Secure this. Secure. Actually, no, that's it. I forgot these aren't BF3 or anything. Yeah, that just means Seraphim Crimson has advanced to playoffs. Right? That's playoffs, I believe.
Yep, they qualified. That's it.
That might...
They've
Is that
done
the...
it.
Wait, has Crimson ever, like, qualified week 1?
Yeah. They actually did week 1 2 seasons ago,
Oh, sick.
I think. I don't remember. They did it one time. They qualified week 1, and then sometimes it's later. But yeah, so really good game from Crimson there. Era X plus the Comfort Luna. I mean, this is why people ban Luna against Yugo. Like, he's just really good at the character. It's like the thing that he plays. And I don't know if the Mako was really worth banning. I think it led to... Because I mean, Mako Era is not going to work as well as Era X in most situations. It's not going to be able to do as much crazy damage as that. So, really well played there from Crimson. A lot of big numbers coming out. 8 goals participation from Malachi, 5 KOs as well. Unfortunately, Kittens just wasn't quite able to keep up in the damage department. Only 9,000 damage on the Juliet and 3 KOs. Just wasn't quite able to keep it up, especially on a start with a stacking Awakening like Rampage, where it can very quickly get out of control, and you sort of have to get KOs to keep things in check. A bit of an unfortunate situation there. Some really nice drafting from Crimson as well to really get the right items to make everything just that much more scary. So, pretty quick one there, but that will be qualifying.
Absolutely. And with that, that means we will be seeing, going into our next game here soon. That's the Ristel versus Gapped Guys. We've seen Ristel. I believe Gapped Guys is a newer team. I don't recognize these. I mean, I recognize some of the players, but I don't recognize, like, the roster. Oh, yeah. So yeah, we'll be getting into our next game very shortly. As soon as we get the players and graph figured out.
And still, yeah, I'm curious now about how Ristel is going to go about doing this. Because I don't think we saw them on stream before that. At least I didn't. So I don't really know if that comp that they pulled was like a one-off thing, or if that's something that they're gonna if that is the trick that they have up their sleeve, or if they do actually have other stuff and that was just like one thing that we saw. So I'm curious if they're gonna they could switch up the roster. They could I don't know, switch up just the characters that they pick. We'll see. I'm curious what their draft is gonna look like, or if we're gonna get to see the eject button era again, and how that ends up playing out in the character draft or not. Because after seeing that, I think it's not It's not super straightforward of what you should be banning. I don't think.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I do think the triple midfield comp, if you will, I think it's actually something to say for it. I think I could probably see it working again, just because it does put a lot of pressure on the team playing against it. They really need to know how to work together, and on top of it, it's just still not even easy. You give up some scoring pressure, but also that's fine. You're just going to maintain a lot more pressure yourself. You're going to maintain that ball possession. You're going to be able to keep it forward a lot. Kind of win through endurance, because you're not really under anything. You're not really defending much. You're kind of just permanently playing offense. And then as soon as you get it past them, that's it. As soon as you get it past them, you should be able to score pretty easily, because they just have nothing, right? So it could be interesting, but I'm down to see the run back. But I'm also down to see something fresh.
Yeah, I think it's definitely I think it's kind of gapped guys. I guess it's their game to win. It's really going to be up to them to find the counterplay to what Ristel, if Ristel does that again. Because I don't think... I think that trick works kind of one specific way, like you were saying. But if the counterplay is there, I think it will fall apart kind of quickly. So I think it's up to Gap guys to really figure out what that counterplay is and how to best go about doing it. But it could end up being a totally normal comp here. They do have Atomic Dino back on the goalie, and Dragalance plus Fan on the forwards again. So we'll see, though. Everyone is readied up. It looks like we're going over to Oni Village, everyone's favorite map here. So this could be the... this is an interesting one, because Estelle is going to be very good here, but I don't know if the triple midfield thing is going to work, because if it does get past them, which it very easily can with how fast the core moves, you're going to probably lose both barriers and potentially just get scored on instantly. Like, it could be really punishing here if Ristel does the midfield thing and messes it up.
Absolutely, and what they see, because this, I'm not familiar with Gap guys, like what they like to play. Because if they like to pick the, like, I don't know, like a Juno or something that's very capable of getting red speed, it could be very rough. And of course, if another team really wants to like mirror it and like kind of go like a double midfield, like you go like an eject goalie or something, it also might be enough just to kind of play the 2v3 midfield, if you will. And then find a way to get it to your brawler, who should be able to profit pretty easily. But we're loading in now. We'll see what's happening.
Yeah, we'll find out in a minute. We're not going to be able to see the awakenings quite yet, unfortunately, but... if the game would load, we would be able to see the character drafts. But yeah, I think whoever is not blue team, which looks like it is Ristel, my initial instinct is they need to ban Estelle. But it looks like Gap guys aren't actually going for it. It looks like it might be a Kai first pick here, and they're actually going to be the ones to ban Estelle, which makes sense. That's fine. They don't want it. They're going to get rid of it. I think that's a good move. She's very strong on this map, and we saw last game Dragalance can play a pretty mean Estelle. Looks like a Kazan ban coming out from Ristel here as well. Not sure what the awakening was, but look at this Kai Rasmus Atlas Hover. Looks like a pretty standard issue Oni Village comp from Gap guys. No big surprises. Curious what Ristel's first picks are going to be, though, if we can get something wacky here on the 2 and 3 pick. Oh, looks like they're going to steal the Rasmus and go for the Luna here. So it looks like they might actually be doing something a little bit more normal. Maybe.
We're loading in.
Yeah.
What is Moondrop's going to pick? You had this Rasmus taken from you, so you do have options of like Zen, which tends to be the next. Also down to see a Kazan or something, but if you're going to see Zen. And then Julie
did get banned.
Wait. What am I looking at? Is this Rasmus goalie Luna midfield?
I think I want to say it is. I think that it is. Yeah, it is. No, wait,
No.
what? It's Julie goalie.
Wow.
Whoa, hang on a minute. Ristel has been cooking tonight. We have Pauldron's Juliet goalie on the team player extra special start here. Dragalance running the Pummeler's Luna once again with the Happy Star. And a very normal team comp from the side of Gap guys. If Ristel lose this, they're going to be kicking themselves, I think. Because they did not have to do this. But if they win this, they might be the most insane wild card OSAS team of all time.
Absolutely, and this Rasmus and Luna, really the main thing to watch out for is that you're not going for too many passes. You can kind of just brute force it through here with things like the Barrage or the Zentaro. You should be good. And this team player, you know, I mean, honestly, you should be completely fine. No, something to note, this Rasmus took team player, which tells me they're kind of playing the Rasmus midfield, the Luna forward, which is an interesting way to play it. I'm not necessarily wrong, I just think it's neat. Anyways, Hook's going to go out, playing it towards his corner side. A bit of pressure built up, but Barrage is going to clear it, and I know, not under any pressure at all, really.
Yeah, I feel like the team player pick, because like look how they've been positioning this whole time. Like Dragonlance Fan has been the one in the midfield for most of it. I think they went the team player, but Dragonlance Fan saw the Happy Star and was like, yeah, you take that on Luna. And I think it was a bit of a miscoordination in terms of Awakening picks from Ristel. But we'll see how it ends up panning out here. I mean, like you're saying though, Gap guys kind of have all the tools that they need to get around this Juliet goalie. They have the Barrage, they have the team player, and they have the Zentaro. Great things for getting it just around people, and well, with the goalie getting KO'd here as well, they also have the power play.
Yeah, and core flip burn from Rasmus, and you do clear it, but now you are very below, very able to be killed here by the Centauro Kai, should they desire. I know he's going to be able to save that last second, but Cold Ramen able to walk up here with flip. And if this gets to him... Oh, what a save from Dino. That fiery... I don't know the name of that ability. I'm not even going to try. Anyways, good score by Zentaro.
It's the punch, you know.
It's
the punch. Everyone knows it's the punch.
Yeah, I don't know why I tried to name the ability. Like, we don't call it dash punch every time.
Yeah. Yeah, some nice points up on the board for gapped guys. Just looking solid. Like all they need to do is just play a very normal Omega Strikers game, and they'll be fine. Because, I mean, Juliet goalie is gonna do one trick, and that is one really good counter stuff. And when that is not able to happen, which I mean, it's Zentaro and Kai, they're not really looking to stuff anyway. They're kind of looking to mix you up more than anything. You're gonna be clear to go. You're gonna be clear to score. I mean, it's like it literally goes around Atomic Dino, and I mean with Mew on the Atlas, just gonna sit on a barrier. I think Gap guys are looking pretty golden here. They'll take the set 3-0, and Cold Ramen will get first pick of the lot here.
No, and a lot on the table here. You do have that Chrono Boost, which is supposed to be covered, but that means you also give up the Egoist, which is, you know, kind of been a menace this patch. Egoist is really, really strong. 60% speed on your flip's crazy. Zentaro will get that Catalyst, though, and that's also very strong on him. And Julie, I'm surprised you didn't go like Reverb or Glass, but opting into that Unstop. I guess you don't want Atlas to have it, but I think Atlas is completely fine with any of the other options, so I don't really know. And then, you know, Rapid Fire Luna, not bad, but I'm looking at it, and it really will just come down to whether or not Rasmus can make a play off this Egoist proc. But with Katagon, you're getting less procs from it, so it might be a little sketchy.
Yeah, I think the Unstop pickup is definitely questionable, especially because like you're playing against characters with a bunch of multi-hits. A nice save from Dino here. Like, the Atomic Dino is showing some pretty nice like goalie fundamentals, but the Juliet pick is like, you know, sometimes we say that like draft doesn't matter. In OSAS it matters a little bit more, but when you're playing Juliet goalie, like you are so limited to like what you can do just on the character. It's kind of, it's pretty crazy as we're seeing right now. Dragonlance Fan though, who I'm pretty sure is just Doofus with the changed name, but we'll say it as it is. Making some nice saves here as both sides are opened up, and Ristel do have the opportunity to potentially get a point on the board here. They're gonna have to get it past this barrage. Moondrops now bring it to the top side. Some nice strike wars coming out from Dragonlance Fan. They continue on into overtime, and Moondrops, a beautiful shot right before the dash punch, will put Gap guys on the board.
Yeah, this is seeming very comfortable in Gap guys' hands. It's really hard for Ristel to really ever build offensive pressure. Nothing that Atlas can't handle, you know. And you're not really getting a lot of value out of this Luna pick. Not finding a lot of KOs either. I mean, could be because of the Julie pick. Without having extra damage to help, it could be a bit rough. But I don't know. It just kind of seems like Ristel's not in the greatest spot for this game. And I don't really know what you gotta do other than play better to find a way to make this work. But yeah.
Yeah, I feel like if this was like Demon Days, this would be like fine, but Juliet does nothing on this map as goalie. I mean, yeah, it's just, I think we're been going on about this all game. It's an incredibly questionable pick, and it's really not paying off at all like the eject button era did. And now, I mean, Gap guys they're just playing a normal game of Omega Strikers here. They've burnt some flips, but as per Oni Village goes, it is taking a little while for this barrier to fall, but they just need to stay patient. They will get it eventually. And they do have a pretty decisive lead here. Dragonlance fan going for the cheeky KO on Cold Ramen, but doesn't quite find it. And there are some flips to work with here for Ristel. They might be able to bring this one down, but Dragonlance has to get back up in there. Dragonlance fan burning the flip, trading it with Mew, but the barrier will remain up thanks to the expanse here. There's a bit of ping-ponging continuing to go on. No one able to get a decisive setup here.
Just gonna go around and around, you know. Red speed, but Julie seems pretty comfortable. This barrier, kind of small, able to really hold it. Oh my god. The remnants of Beta OS coming through with that little play there. Red speed on every hit. Oh, barrier's fallen for the side of Gap Guys.
I'm bringing it down. It's a little bit sketchy. A nice hook from Dragonlance. Now going with the core flip from midfield. Oni's blade comes out from Moondrop, so we'll slow it down, but still pushing up. Pass up to Dragonlance fan. Astral Projection will get it out in time. Moondrop's not quite able to find the flip, but Cold Ramen maybe going to have another chance here. However, with it going this fast, it becomes kind of difficult for anyone to do much of anything. Cold Ramen and Moondrop trying to find the checkmate situation, but Dragonlance is pushed back and just able to clear it out now. Dragonlance fan boosting up into the corner. He's going to be able to clear that one out now. Send it back to the midfield. The red core speed, keeping it redirects going. Will bring down the barrier now, and Cold Ramen has a flip up. You going to send the pass in. Just looking for an opportunity to burn this here. Burning it in the midfield. Pass down to Moondrop to the core flip. Atomic Dino gets the KO. And now it's a power play for the side of Ristel. They're looking for this point. They want it. Dragonlance passes up to Dragonlance, but is able to stick it right to the bottom around Mew. And after what I think may have been the longest OSAS round of all time, Ristel will put themselves on the board.
Yeah, and interestingly enough, I think this team player is actually kind of playing against them. I think Rasmus and Luna can't really follow up off that red speed very well. At least not at the way that they're like positioning for it. And you know, Kai and Zentara were a little bit better at following that stuff up. Just a bit. Not much better, but just a bit.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a crazy time to get a team player start, for sure, just with the circumstances and on this map as well. Core flips up for the side of Ristel. Dragonlance's going to be the first to burn it with the Egoist pop. Egoist is going to be putting in a lot of work, especially with how long these rounds have been going. But now Mew's got one up as well. Dragonlance fan pushing up, but Moondrops is staggered. Has to fall back. Needs to be careful not to get hit with a rocket here. Just going to play around it, preserve that core flip as well. Mew going to burn it to buy a bit of time. And we'll get out of that situation now. It's kind of back to the Oni Village stalemate a little bit as we run into overtime. And this is where things get funny, because this core is going to be going red basically all the time. Cold Ramen looking for the barrage, but core just moves a little bit too fast. Can't quite find it. Core flip now coming out from Moondrops, but can't force it through the flurries. Atomic Dino using the cooldowns quite well, just sitting on the barrier, making it kind of difficult, and the core speed as well is playing into it a lot. As another core flip gets burned here from the side of Dragonlance fan. Dragonlance themselves will be having one up pretty shortly now as the barrier falls and open net for the side of Gap Guys. They're just looking for an opportunity to use it on this Rasmus. A boost coming in from Dragonlance fan, and that's the KO on the midfielder. Now it's Ristel looking to set up a score here. Atomic down to Dragonlance fan. Back up to Dragonlance. Doesn't burn the flip, though. Gonna have an opportunity here. Goes for the dribble. Pendulum swing down. Still holding on to the flip. I think they could have just shot it into the bottom, but opted not to. The round will go on. Finally gonna burn it there from midfield, and it will be Ristel on set points.
And that's unfortunate. Barrage not able to come out in time to shut that down. A little deceptive, and yeah, I mean, this is... It feels like as long as Mew just doesn't like miss strike shot or like miss a primary or something, they're very comfortable. That's what last point we lost the barrier to, is we missed a strike shot, and you know, then Atlas kind of just struggles with the open net, especially when it gets to overtime and everything's red speed. But you know, here we are in this spot again, opposite barriers where every game of Oni Village ends up.
Yeah, definitely a bit of a slog this game for sure, but the fact that Ristel is coming back, maybe the plan is literally just to whittle down Gap Guy's mental. Like, drag the rounds on as long as possible to make them tired, and then they make a little mistake and lose everything, because that's how Oni Village works. And then they'd be like, oh no, we just lost a set or whatever to Juliet goalie. How will we ever recover? And then Restel wins solely off of like deteriorating their brain state. That could actually be the strategy, and it would be insane. But so far, that's what seems to be happening, because Mew has missed like 3 strikes ever, and every single time it has resulted in absolute disaster. Now the core flip from Dragonlance gets it right into the bottom. Mew slightly too high up, and Restel, they've tied the game now.
Yeah, we're going to set 5. I feel it. I don't want to curse us, but I feel it in my bones. Oh, Rasmus able to pick up something here that he wants. Could be this built different. Could be the stacks. Kind of up to him. I imagine you'd go the built different. Oh, actually, the stacks does not care about the size. I guess you do have big fish in the future, and you know, Kai does have that stagger spagger for that speed and I guess the survivability, but that's not really an issue this game. Atlas, the Monumentalist, is going to be huge. I think this secondary might eat up 90% of the gold. And then the only other real thing is, I guess your Julie got size. I don't really know what your Julie does with that, though. I guess bigger dash punch makes it easier to clear, but I don't really know. I think the big things here are that both these midfielders got some speed for them. Well, midfielders high in the Rasmus.
Yeah, I don't think it really matters what Atomic... like, there's not a lot that Atomic Dino can get that's going to end up mattering. They just have to kind of play well, which, I mean, so far they have. They've been making nice clears and good saves. Just playing, you know, fundamental goalie. And there's a power play going on right now here. But yeah, Dragonlance is kind of, I think, the person to keep your eye on. And Dragonlance fan as well. They both got some really good awakenings for kind of pushing the offense, and they have been getting some KOs as well, making the Luna kind of worth it. So it's, I think that's really kind of their key to success, is Atomic Dino just needs to get a good clear and not have Moondrops or Cold Ramen, you know, the pass, and you're pretty much chilling. Of course, some nice offense here from Gap guys, keeping it in that corner between the barrage and the strike there from Moondrops, able to get it through. And they will be first on the board, but I mean, we'll see if this ends up going to set 5 or not. It's kind of a crazy one.
Yeah, Rasmus gonna proc that Egoist, might be able to do something here, but I don't know if you're gonna be able to claim this barrier with Cold Ramen and you holding hands. And that's the Egoist speed. Egoist speed is gone.
Yeah, the nerf, I think, to Egoist was pretty significant. It was justified because it was such a strong awakening, but yeah, I think it's much better to kind of burn the flip now than run around with it for too long, because you're kind of relying on getting it back quicker as opposed to preserving the speed. But now a nice open goal here. Core flip burnt by Mew. Isn't able to get it too far, though. Dragonlance able to keep it up in this corner. Finds a rocket, but a nice clear from Cold Ramen will get it out. Moondrops now in the 1v2. Trying to force it through. Got the slice and dice. The passive will be enough to force it through, and the barrier does fall down now. Moondrops wins a nice strike roll, but Atomic Dino's right there. Core flip from Dragonlance trying to clear it out. Goes for the boost, but hits perfect demon angle. Mew thought that was going down, and it just barely sunk into the top corner. Beautiful shot there. And Restel ties it up once again.
I mean, yeah, we've seen it before. Missed your strike shot. That'll be what every point this game comes down to, I think. Missed something, and you know, we've gotten this barrier. I don't think it's any real threat. Mew's kind of just gonna be able to hold it. There's not really any pressure here. 2 flips for the side of Gap guys, though. Could do something. Moondrops might just die, though. Never mind.
The big ult to stand in. Some nice healing coming out. That Timeless Creator literally just full healed Moondrops, which that is a creation. Some people, you know, don't necessarily think about it because it doesn't like block anything, but it does last long, which can be useful in, I guess, that particular case. Now, Core Flip's getting burnt. Nice save from Atomic Dino against that flip there. Dragonlance fan looking for the KO, but Cold Ramen will survive for now as we go into overtime once again. The opposite barriers still remaining up for both sides as we continue the back and forth once again. Dragonlance fan just bringing up the top sides. Restel they had the offense, but Cold Ramen got a nice team player pass and snuck it right past Atomic Dino. to open up the core now, the goal now, but trying to get it through. Atomic Dino can't quite find the punch. It's gonna fly right past him at atomic speed. And Gap Guys now 2-1.
Oh my. Here we are. Top barrier's fallen. I think that's happened every single round. Bottom barrier's
there
fallen.
it goes.
And the Atlas ults come out after they blew their. I think this is literally just a 1-for-1 of last round. Literally 1-for-1. Oh my.
Yeah, every point has gone about the same, except for like who scores at the end, because it's either Atomic Dino misses a punch on the red core, or Mew misses the strike shot on the red core. That is this game. That is this entire game, and it's going to be this back and forth until set 5. So, time to strap in for the first 90-minute game of OSAS, potentially ever. If Restel end up tying this on 0.5, that would be kind of crazy. But Gap Guys do have a bit of the advantage. They do have the barrier up still to Restel's open goal, but Rasmus is pushing up, has the Egoist, gets the barrier, now burns a core flip, doesn't quite find the angle. Both sides opened up. Now this is where the real game begins. Cold Ramen gets over to Moondrop. Dragonlance able to strike for that one out, but up in the top side, Atomic Dino almost caught in the animation, but will be able to save it just in time. Restel under a bit of pressure right now. Moondrop's trying to get it. Giga comes in, doesn't quite find it. Dragonlance forcing out the nuke coming through, and Mew can't quite get up there in time. A pixel too low. The core will sink it, and Restel, they will bring it to set 5 once again. It's just back and forth. This game is insane.
And we're going to set 5, and it's going to spawn bottom.
Set 5.
I mean, Moondrops has a flip that he could do something with if his pass comes to the middle. Ramen's also got his top barriers fallen for once. That's different. Same side. I don't think we've actually had this. I don't know if it changes anything or not, but... and yeah, both flips here in the corner. That's a little scary. Moondrop doesn't have his anymore, though.
Yeah, we'll see here. Atomic Dino, the big difference is now you have to hit things up instead of down. And that's about, like you said, I don't think that changes really anything. But Egoist is online for Dragonlance, and that might be changing something. But Cold Ramen looking for the gap in the bottom, burns the flip, the flurries block it once, and the strike will block it a second time. Dragonlance burning the flip as well. Some nice defense from Restel. We'll keep it held down from the opportunity that Cold Ramen found. Pretty nice sequence all around here. But now core flip coming out from Atomic Dino. Doesn't get too much off of it. Just sends it right to Mew. Death Touch coming out from Dragonlance. Can't quite get a hold of it, though. We once again go back into overtime. The core's going to be floating around this top side of the map for a little while, I think.
Yeah, both goalies kind of wanting to clear out that direction. And Dragonlance fan does have a flip that he might be able to do something with, but also it's going to be very difficult. Oh, Atlas Expanse has put him in the net.
Yeah,
now we
that's
have a
a
power
big
play.
loss. Yeah, you're going to lose the flip as well in the power play here. If they can capitalize on it, all Atomic Dino and Dragonlance have to do is just hit it slightly away, which is exactly what happens here. And when everything's fine, but being down a flip actually is probably going to matter. Maybe Cold Ramen takes a lot of damage, but the big heal's just going to come right out. Mew also burns the flip right there to very little avail, it looks like. As neither, once again, just neither team is able to get a hold of the core. It moves too fast. Finally, an angle will be opened up. Atomic Dino stuck at the bottom just a little bit too long. Will finally lose the barrier. Now Dragonlance looking to push up and potentially get one of their own. The pendulum swings, you can get shut down. Dragonlance fan also now on the top side. But just keeping it up here. Cold Ramen just keeps sending it up that way. Safer than trying to clear it across the barrier. The Death Touch making the core go quite fast here. Moondrop's Oni's blade onto the bottom side. Core flip comes in. Cold Ramen Dragonlance saves it once. Atomic Dino with a strike core against Moondrops. And it's still being held down, but Dragonlance doesn't quite get the angle. A bit of an own goal right at the worst possible time. Saved it from Cold Ramen and hit it slightly backwards. Gapped Guys will take a second set now. And a lot to pick from for both sides here. This could be a very important draft.
Yeah, it could. If you're this high, I think you actually just pick up. I was gonna. Oh no, you want to save Twin Drive for your Atlas, I guess. But honestly, Luna having Twin Drive is a little scary. Actually, a lot of scary. And on top of that, Rasmus has picked up Big Fish. And Julie, I mean, I guess Julie gets CTL. It probably doesn't want that extra range because you don't want to like dash and get put out of position. But yeah, I mean, I'm looking at this and Big Fish Twin Drive is very, very strong. Like, really, really strong. Because you just fly and then you can get back, but also Big Fish gives you that size that you need for those pendulum swings, and I don't know, it's just a little sketchy. I'd be a little worried if I was a Gap guy about this set. And here we are, open net for the first time in what feels like forever.
Yeah, the 2 barrier advantage is not something we've seen quite often. Nice dash there from Dragonlance fan. Get it through Mew. There are some nice awakenings from Gap guys, the missile prop and the perfect form on Moondrops, but with how long it takes for the core to like sometimes get around back to where someone can do something with it, it feels like everyone's got cooldowns back anyway. But we'll see as point 2 looking a little bit more normal here. The typical, what is bottom barrier for both teams theoretically happening. Gap guys will be able to open up the net though. Just Cold Ramen doing a little bit of dribbling, trying to find a way around here. Moondrop's looking for a setup with this core flip. Without a dash awakening though on the Zentaro, that's I think kind of a big weakness right now of Gap guys because you're limiting your space quite a lot. Would have been interesting if Cold Ramen didn't take aerials and Moondrops took it instead. That could have ended up being a better pick here, but we'll see if they can make something happen. Moondrops does have an opportunity here. Dribble off the top, returns the flip, pass down to Cold Ramen. A beautiful play there. Cold Ramen able to sink it in, and they get Dino's flip to boot. And Gap guy is able to tie it up.
Yeah, and that's kind of the first time we've really seen what feels like the main strat for against True Legal Lee, where you just hit it where she isn't. Like, you know, sure she can dash punch it through you, but core flip, oh my god, actually a lot of tempo being built here very early on. And yeah, both barriers down again for the side of Ristel. Could just be a bad set, but you don't really have time for a bad set when you're down 2 already. So we'll see if they can manage to pull this round away, but I mean, Mew's got flip, Mew's got all of his cooldowns. That guy's dead. I'm not sure who it was. And yeah, power play.
Luna down to make things a little bit rough here. Cold Ramen looking for the barrage here. The Oni's blade going to come through as well. It's just too much for Juliet to be able to deal with. Gap guys, they have brought it to match point. Just one more of those, and they'll be sitting pretty in the qualifiers. 2 flips to work with as well, Moondrops and Mew. They could make something happen here. They just get it around the forwards. They seem to have they're scoring a lot quicker now than they previously were. They've unlocked the potential of passing and hitting it around Atomic Dino. Barriers are falling though, the rental ones, the not important ones. So time to lock in because we might be here for a minute. Core flip is burnt from Moondrops though. And opens up the goal. Dragonlance fan opening it up right in return though. Moondrops the Oni's blade down to Cold Ramen. Look for the barrage, but the clear will be good. Both sides now in the midfield and double open nets.
Yeah, and the ball's kind of just in open space right now. Moondrop had a bit of a shot there and not gonna be able to find anything. Luna's taking flight and now she's out of position. This could be a little sketchy here. Atomic able to get his flip up, but I don't really know. It could be really anybody's game. Cold's got his flip coming up very soon. So does Moondrop.
Yeah, like we were saying, this is a game of people making small mistakes more than it is making plays. Core flip here from Atomic Dragon. Dragonlance fan, nice redirect. Bringing it up to the top side now. Asmon's pushing up, goes for the flip, but doesn't quite get it. Cold Ramen with the flip instead. That goes so fast, but Atomic Dino able to save it away. But Moondrops with the strike war against Dragonlance. We'll sink it right in. Atomic Dino can't quite catch it with the flurries. And that's Gapped guys taking the dub. Moving on to the qualifiers. Extending Ristel to the 3rd place tiebreaker against Chikara Kittens. Unfortunately, their wild dreams of Pauldron's Julie on Oni Village did not quite pan out today. But it sure almost did. It did better than I think we initially expected it to, but a bit of a 26-minute game for a 3-1 is pretty long. Cold Ramen with the 316 redirects, 115 shots as well, 72 saves, but 93 on Atomic Dino. Some kind of crazy numbers to look at there.
I'm a little relieved that only went 3-1. Also a little disappointed in some like sick and cruel, twisted way. I don't know, but yeah, I mean, I think really what happened was somebody was probably just AFK, and we just got the Julie, and we were like, oh, wait, how do I make this work? And you go Pauldrons. But I mean, yeah, there's still a chance. Does third place tiebreaker? What does this do? Is this just a tiebreaker? They don't qualify out for this, do they?
They do. Yeah.
Okay, so
They-
there is
they
a
do.
qualifier for this. All right, there is not one on start.gg. Not the start thing, but yeah. Okay, so the winner of this next third place tiebreaker, which is the Rastel versus Chikara Kittens, they will also be qualifying. So there's still a spot available for Rastel if they feel like locking a more serious pick or paying attention. But Kittens also probably wants it. I have to imagine.
Yeah, I think this is Rastel's game to lose here. I think they're playing better than Kittens today. I think they're a lot more coordinated and just kind of making. I'm saying they're making better decisions, but like, you know what I mean. We're not picking Juliet Goliath Oni Village. Okay, they're making good like gameplay decisions. Atomic Dino, despite the draft, was actually playing quite well and making some very good clears through it all. So I think Rastel has a very good chance of taking this one, and I'm curious. I mean, now I'm like super confused on what they're gonna end up doing because I mean, I don't know. I don't think we still know if that was a real pick or not. Oh,
Yeah, well,
apparently
we'll find
it is.
out.
That's crazy.
We'll find out what their pick is after the short break. We'll be back.
All right, we are back with our third place tiebreaker, Restel versus Chikara Kittens. I don't think a map has been picked yet, but yeah, whoever wins this qualifies. Both these teams, I think, have it in them to make it through this week, but like we were saying before the break, I think this is Restel's game to lose. I think they're playing really well tonight, and I think it's like impossible to ban effectively against them. So we'll see how it goes, but it could be an interesting game. Restel has given us, despite one of them being an absolute sweep and the other one being the weirdest Oni Village game of all time, pretty entertaining games. So we'll see how it goes.
Absolutely, and then again here, and we've actually had confirmation that the Julie goalie pick, that was the actual pick. That was not a mistake. So we may see more of that if you're interested in Julie goalie. If you're not, tough luck, I guess. That seems to be that guy's thing. He seems to really like it, apparently. And I'm down. I mean, it actually not that bad, but it is a little odd. We don't see it much.
Yeah, I mean, well, you know, it's one of those things where it's like, oh, well, it's not like that bad if you're good, but also if you're good, you can pick a character that's just more suited for the role and objectively kind of do better, type of thing. So we'll see. We're on Clarion, it looks like, again, where Atomic Dino did do the era last time, so it could just be a run back of that, which I could be down for. Fox and Sox does have a couple options. We typically see them on the IME, but they do have the Mako as well. So you can kind of go either way if they're looking to be lockdown goalie versus eject button goalie. And I think the forwards. Well, we'll have to see what the forwards do. Dragonlance fans been running the Luna most of the night, it looks like. So it could just be another game of that. I think it's kind of up to Chikara Kittens to once again kind of figure out and dictate how this draft goes, because Restel can kind of do whatever they want and get away with it.
Yeah, they seem very comfortable kind of just picking a lot of different picks, so it makes it really hard to ban out, I feel. Compared to Kittens, I feel like Kittens typically gets an Estelle or an Amy Bam. It's almost always one of those, just because Mura is I think it's Murrell's that's big on the Estelle. I might be wrong, but I know Fox and Sox definitely likes the Amy. And that Luna band will be coming through. I guess they don't want that Luna, so I don't know what else we'll see, because we haven't seen anything else from them. I don't. Oh, there's the Estelle. Yeah. I knew there was an Estelle somewhere in this comp.
Yeah, we got the Juliet ban against Xenox as well. Looks like they'll go for the Asher Estelle Mako. Seems pretty good. Pretty solid. Not a lot that can really go wrong with that. I don't think it's pretty straightforward. But here's the real kicker: so you see what Restel picks. What insane picks are going to go for. Okay, we got a Juno Asher, so it will be Xenox having to switch over to the X instead. And actually, Fox and Sox hovering the Vice. They could be going damage here. Could be a damage awakening. We don't know yet, but swapping back and forth, a little bit indecisive. Might be the Mako though in the end. Yeah, just gonna be buffing up the X and Zentaro here. If this is Zentaro goalie, I might go insane.
Surely
because hang on, it is okay. Well, you know what? Fine. They're gonna start with the Chrono. They got the Dash Awakening. Hot shots for Asher and Juno. And then Xenox also actually picking up the Dash Awakening on the X, which is a bit interesting. But not the most interesting thing in the match, because we have Zentaro goalie once again. Atomic Dino is an absolute mad lad out here with it. But I guarantee they're still going to play really well. So we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, so the Zen goalie, I'm actually a bit more of a fan, I think. I think it's really easy to get a lot of value out of just leaking forward and dropping your entire kit. I mean, like here, you cover a lot of distance very quickly, and they will be rotating that Asher to the net for a bit while she regains some stagger. And it's kind of, I think it's just a bit better if she can survive. Centauro does have that problem of being a very low HP, and Estelle X can't kill him, but it doesn't matter because he's going to put it in before they do.
Yeah, we saw it last time with Dido. When they've got the eject button, they're going to push up and play like super aggressive. We saw it right there. We have the Dash Awakening on the Centauro, so like you can do that quite a lot. If this guy ever gets Twin Drive, it might actually be over for kids, like unironically, because this guy's just a good goalie, regardless of the fact. And you know they have other tools to work with. The Juno is going to, especially with the hot shot start, is providing a lot of help for getting it around this X. And Asher, of course, is just doing Asher things to stuff it through Fox and Sox when necessary. But right now, actually, a lot of damage coming through onto Dragonlance. Making it a little bit tough for them to push up and do too much here. They're going to have to fall back a little bit, but we're still looking to regain their composure, potentially get some offense going, but Bouncy Man plus Hot Shot is a little bit of a run back of the core speed situation from last game.
Yeah, ball's just going to go around and around, and eventually Asher kind of just needs to walk forward and be ready for when the ball does get there. But Asher just cannot stay in this midfield and get the ball forward like they're attempting to do. Oh, that sucks. Juno's got the core flip and straight around Fox and Sox. Strike shot will be whiffed. And
caught charging up the ball. The Mako primary there. Gotta be careful with that. Sometimes it's just better to just strike, but it can also be hard with the core speed. It makes things a little bit unreactable, and with that ability, you have to kind of preempt it, the charge time. So the hot shot is going to definitely be a really big component here for that, as well as another barrier falling down here. The Asher getting big mode as well and picking up a KO with the Path Splitter. They're still in a pretty good situation here. They got a core flip on their goalie and a power play to work with. Struggling to get it past the midfield a little bit here, though. We're doing a pretty good job of buying some time, but Fox and Sox almost lets that one go in. Barely able to save it. Atomic Dino blinking up, though. It just flips it right in front of the midfielder goalie's face. And that's a 3-0 set for Ristel.
yeah, I mean, if you aren't paying attention, you might just think that's a Zentaro forward, but nope, that is an eject goalie. And that will get Juno with probably what I have to imagine is Egoist. Yeah. Juno is one of the better midfielders at farming energy. Just kidding, it's Aerials. And it's going to fall to Asher. Oh my god. Okay. So yeah, the Egoist has been picked up by the Asher. Juno's going to pick up that Aerials to give her some dash range. Wanderer for Mako might be able to hold it down if they can get the orbs. I don't know what the CTL's for.
What? Glass Cannon was still on the board. Like, I don't even know what to say about that. Like, Glass Cannon was still there.
I guess maybe it's a deny from X, but X doesn't really get a lot of value from CTL anymore after the nerfs a couple patches ago. But anyway, regardless, they're going to play it forward. They've gotten this barrier. They've lost both their barriers. And Fox and Sox are going to play it forward, kind of just around and around.
I mean, Atomic Dino does not need Awakenings, though. They have a Jex button. That's all they need. And a Dash Awakening. That's literally the only thing that they're going to need to win this here. Asher going to be able to bring down a second barrier now. So the core getting a little bit out of hand. Unfortunately, Max is not able to reach an Atomic Dino. A nice clear around and forces it down the bottom. Fox and Sox caught charging the primary once again. It's going to float right in as Ristel now 4-0 in terms of points. Continue to push onward. Dragonlance almost has a core flip back up thanks to that Egoist. It's looking pretty good for them. They're going to lose one barrier here off of being a little bit greedy. And the KO coming through from Xenox. But an own barrier almost from Fox and Sox. Will be able to save it. But they're losing in the 2v3 right now. The barrier's falling. And Ristel looking to recover here. Atomic Dino will burn the flip. And Dragonlance will be back online. These things kind of go back to neutral.
Yeah. And, you know, we will be waiting probably for this next orb to spawn. The arrow orb. I don't know what the name of this is. And whichever brawler contests this, their advantage is to secure it. tends to be very favored in taking barriers just through the sheer stats it gives, but Xenox might just die before he gets a chance to do so.
Xenox looking a little bit scary, a little bit of an unhealthy situation right now. Dragonlance pushing up hard. Burn the flip, tries to get the K off it, but doesn't quite find it. A lot of damage coming through though from Atomic Dino, who they're the ones who got the orb. I guess the brawler in the net can also get the orb and do a lot of damage. The Slimes pushing Mura out of the way here as the barrier falls. Foxing Sox will be able to save it once, but they need to get off their side of the field. The X-Maximus comes through, but a KO onto Mura makes things a little bit tough here. Foxing Sox bringing it down, but Dragonlance fan be able to send it right back in. Able to win a double strike war here. They're looking to buy a little bit of time. Atomic Dino sends it down to the bottom side, and Dragonlance fan able to set up a shot to the top. Foxing Sox not quite fast enough on the Mako. Not too much speed on that Oni, and it will be Ristel now. Set point once again.
Absolutely, and here we are. And so that's a map that kind of favors the Juno in the Asher, I believe. That corner, the side street, if you will, if you're aware of that name, tends to really favor these columns that can kind of just like brute force it through that corner. I guess the Zentaro does struggle a bit. The core flip's going to come out from Dragonlance. Not going to get anything. Some pressure here on Dino. It seems to be clear.
Dino just looking to bring it up to this top side right now. Give Dragonlance a moment to recover some HP. Burning the flip and the ult onto Xenox. Will eventually be worth it, though. They will find the KO. And Foxing Sox in a bit of a tight situation with the pass splitter on the top side. Opts to burn the core flip. We'll send it around, but that's just time that they're trying to buy the Brawler to come back online right now. Dragonlance fan jumping in, but doesn't quite find anything. Now Mura's bringing it down to the bottom side. Goes for the flip. Doesn't find it. These snare drums coming out onto Dragonlance. Will shut down the flip in return. A lot of play around this bottom side street right now, but neither team able to gain too much ground in terms of barriers. Now playing around the top. The Bowringer comes through, but Atomic Dino holds it down. Xenox once again staggered. Looking pretty unhealthy. Will be able to pick up an orb here. Having to fall back on the defense, and the barrier does fall through the drum and base. Nice Oni's Blade from Atomic Dino to keep Ristel's barrier up and passes it right to the Slime. The hot shot sends it in. Foxing Sox once again not fast enough to catch up to that core. And that's another set here from Ristel. 6-0 right now.
Absolutely, and here we have options. Twin Drive is a really good one for your Juno. Going to be able to stack that very quickly. Stacks and stacks could also be an option. Twin Drive will be, but is ended up picked up. Stacks could be Estelle, be able to help her out a little bit. Zentaro's got Big Fish. I don't really know what Zentaro wants here. I'd say Super Surge, but maybe that's too much range. And I actually, though, something to note, Asher went the Super Surge, which is a little scary, because Asher tends to bug out in secondary. On top of that, you could have just got like Ad Rush or something and like tried to farm kills. But I don't know, it depends. Maybe they fixed that. The last I checked, that ability used to bug every single time you got like any dash awakening.
Yeah, I think, as far as I'm aware, I think that's fixed. I know some people that I know have been kind of playing around with it, and they're saying that Super Surge is actually like pretty good on Asher because it just does a lot of damage. You can kill people from like pretty far away with the primary into secondary because of it, like because of how far you can like people. So we'll see though. Dragonlance in a bit of a situation in terms of health bar. Atomic Dino with a crazy strike war on the goal line though does save it once. However, Mura will be able to clean up and find the point regardless. Chikara Kittens finally able to put themselves onto the board here. Yeah, they got some Orb Ponderer stacks going. Foxing Sox maxed out, which is nice. Mura getting some pancakes as well, and they're gonna have 3 flips to work with. Well, I lied. They're gonna have 1 flip to work with in a minute. To hopefully get something this set, but they are in full reverse sweep mode at this point in the game.
Yeah, and Dino's got this flip, not under a lot of pressure, but should he decide that he wants to fly, could be a little dangerous. Mura does have theirs. Oh, that's so unfortunate. The primary's not going to be able to save that barrier, and yeah, we have both barriers gone for Ristel. Insta flip. We'll sink it in.
Mura read that beautifully. Dragonlance fan went for the pass down to the Slime, and as soon as the Slime picked it up, Mura insta-flipped in there with the blink. Really beautiful shot there. But now Xenox able to find the Bull Rush into X Maximus. We'll be picking up a KO. We're still in a bit of a situation. They haven't had to deal with too many power plays so far, but Atomic Dino actually is going to dash up and take a barrier in the 2v3. Once again, the few power plays that they've been like on the bad side of, they've actually ended up getting barriers on, which is kind of crazy. Chikarkins will be able to pick up one in return eventually, but 1-1 now, and Restel able to pick up a second one here, but firing right back. Both sides open now. As we go down, Dragonlance able to find the KO. There's a power play here for Restel, and snare drums from Fox and Sox to try and buy time. They're getting it up to Dragonlance fan. Core flip here from Fox and Sox, but Atomic Dino saves it with the Oni's blade, and the Juno will be able to sink it right in. Restel keeping it a game, as they'll bring it to 2-1.
Yeah, and this is a map that you really don't want to be on if you're Chikara Kittens. The Juno, the Asher really love these lane maps, where they can kind of just force it through, not have to worry about the passes. And Xenox going to be able to like kind of just stuff. Could be a little scary because this is set point for the side of Chikara Kittens. Getting guys. Sorry, not getting guys. That's last time.
Ooh, really nice angle there from whoever that was to get it. I think Mura to get it all the way around, and so Kittens will be able to pick up a set here, which is pretty nice. Take a look at this this draft. You got the rapid fire, which could be pretty decent on this Estelle, but you have to watch out for the 1-2 punch on the Juno. Unstoppable could be a really nice pickup here as well. There's also Catalyst on the board, but Atomic Dino forgoes both of those just for more size.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it makes sense. If you're bigger, your primary's a bit better at defending. You also don't want that X getting it, who's already so much bigger than you are. That it could be a little problematic. I think the draft's fine. I think both teams makes sense. Asher did pick up that prize fighter. If that can start to get scaled, that super surge, it could be big. So we're gonna have to see what team makes use of that those awakenings.
Yeah, I think the Catalyst is kind of the big thing to look at. The Rapid Fire is really nice here as well. This is just a really good Estelle build for Mura. Like, this is everything you want, pretty much. So we'll see how they're able to utilize it in a bit of an unconventional matchup here against Zen. But a nice shot. He's a perfect demon angle, rides the wall really, really well there. Chikara Kittens first on the board here, as it looks like they're making the comeback right now. They're getting it around to Atomic Dino, utilizing the core speed that they're able to pick up, and it can easily go both ways here. So we'll see if Restel can bring it back and close out this game, or if Kittens will in fact be making the sweep.
Yeah, and here we are, Atomic Dino forward, not going to be able to find anything with that flip. Asher playing it forward, and it is cleared to open space, which is basically going to just put the tempo in the side of Chikara Kittens here.
Yeah, nice slime here. The core flip is burnt from Fox and Sox. Really bad angle, though. It's going to hit the side lane and bounce right back. The barrier falling down. Now Dragonlance has the slime in the side lane. It will get pushed back a little bit here. Xenox looking to get it through. Atomic Dino dashing up. Now the slime comes through from Dragonlance fan. He gets it right through Fox and Sox. Hitting pretty hard. And Restel will be able to tie it up now 1-1. They keep this a contest. Let's see if they keep it going on that Atlas map now.
And here we are. Asher's going to proc that Egoist and going to be able to get in position, I assume, very easily. Oh, that's a big Asher ult if they can play off of it. Beautiful, and it should just... No, actually, wow, Chikara Kittens finds the clear somehow. Some way. They make the impossible possible.
Yeah, they did unfortunately sacrifice their midfielder for it, and the barrier does go down now. Yeah, Oni's blade just on the goal line here from Atomic Dino. Just flying right up. And that's the point for Restel. They're going to be on match point. They're making it happen. Despite all the odds, Atomic Dino proving that anyone can be a goalie. Any character can be a goalie here. We've seen the gauntlet run of character select. I mean, they are 1 point away from closing it out, but not if Xenox has anything to say. Both barriers taken in an instant, and Mura to finish it off with a piercing shot will get it through two of them. Now Kittens, well, they're on set point, and they have the chance to bring this to a set 5.
They do, but Atomic and Asher here very high on energy. One of them, the Asher here, has that Egoist that they can rely on, and a Dino, you know, if they can get in place, there's the Egoist proc available. Both barriers can be traded, or we're gonna fall for Ristel. See if Chikara Kittens. No, see if Ristel can trade them back, and they will. Oh, that's unfortunate. Red speed primary from Ristel is gonna sink it in bottom side.
Mura is putting in the work right now. Dino has gotten punished for dashing up a couple of times now, and with that hotshot start, it's really starting to pay off. Looks like they're fight or flight at perfect form. They are torn between them, but we'll go for the perfect form here. Prime time on Dino. I don't even know at this point. But hopefully everything else looking kind of standard. We got the Rampage on the Asher, got some more orbs on Fox and Sox, fight or flight on the Juno, and some Stagger Swagger on the X.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out the prime time. I guess because it's your only ranged option, really. I mean, ranged, like, you know, it's like your strike win button. I guess having another one is nice, and you do have the size. So, Ristel's going to play in both barriers very early on here. That's not that uncommon for this game. Dino is going to play it forward. The primary is coming out. Asher's managing to find it forward as well, and it's kind of just reset. Not a lot of pressure built from it. Oh my! Asher found a way to get it through Mura.
Yeah, a really tough situation, I think, for Mura, because on one hand, you have to play against Asher in the side lane, which is like really hard because you can stuff it right back. But the other option is to like pass it down, and well, there's a Juno standing right there, and with the hot shot, those cross clears have been shown to be incredibly lethal. So it was a really tight situation that Ristel did a good job of capitalizing on. Once again, an open goal for their side. They're going to be trying to push up for a barrier of their own. They have the Egoist proc on Dragonlance. We're going to get a little bit away, but there's a slime sitting right there, luckily. The barrier is down, and now Dragonlance dribbling up in the top side. Goes for the barrier beam, not burning the core flip just yet. Goes here, the snare jumps in the way, though, and all three members of Kittens will be able to hold it down for the time being. Dino now the one with the flip. We could expect to see them dashing up soon. Goes up for the Oni's Blade. Doesn't quite find anything. Burns the flip, but is luckily able to get back in time. However, Mura pushing up, goes for the piercing shot, and gets the KO to boot. And that's Mura tying it up now 1-1, 2-2. This could be a set 5.5 experience.
It could be, and here we are on the Bouncy House map. Something Ristel kind of seemed to struggle with this game, I feel. Asher likes to play a little bit midfieldy. Oh, there's that Super Surge coming into play. You miss one of those, and you're out of position. Xenox up here with Flip killing that bottom barrier. Oh, gonna find a kill on Juno.
Power play once again here for Ristel, who have come out on top so far every time that they've been forced into one of these. And they will be able to hold it down until the Juno is back online. But this Bouncy House has been proven to be very sketchy with the core speed that can come out from both sides here. Atomic Dino dashing up, though, will be able to open up Kitten's side of the goal first. And Xenox able to get it right through and do the same. And now jump down to the bottom side, and Xenox able to find the shot to the top. Gets it right back. Dragonlance fan was expecting to win that little interaction there. At least Atomic Dino, I thought that. But a beautiful shot from Xenox nonetheless to get it up there. And now they're on game point.
There we are, and that's going to be a kill for Xenox. Absolute monster with these kills. Mura is going to find that second barrier, I believe, and Atomic's going to have to burn the flip more than likely.
And now Fox and Sox the one to walk up and burn the flip here. Atomic dashing up. A little bit risky. Holds on to the flip, though. Piercing shot comes through, but Atomic Dino just barely able to catch that one with the flip. Fox and Sox going big mode. Core flip coming out from Dragonlance fan. Able to get it through, and the barrier is down, but Atomic Dino now in a precarious situation. Xenox down on the bottom side. Atomic Dino with the sword angle. Saves it once, but gets KO'd. And Mura, the Piercing Thorns, will finish it off. Chikara Kittens have brought it back from the brink, and they will be qualifying in a crazy set 5 win.
Yeah, that's a crazy game. For a while there, it was looking like Ristel was kind of just sitting very comfortably. I believe they started the game 2-0, right? Maybe it was like 2-1 or something. Regardless, they seem very comfortable, and you know, you look at this and you think, wow, Mura went crazy, and yeah, Mura did go crazy, but also Xenox had a lot of really good sequences as well. you know, making it happen even when it should have really happened. Also, Fox and Sucks just kind of held it. They really did go like absolutely ballistic in a game that I really didn't think was favored for them.
Yeah, I think on paper, Restel should have was looking like they were gonna win that, but Mura had 9 goal participations, 8 goals, and 1 assist. By the way, 61 shots, which is the second most in the lobby, and 211 redirects, which is like some crazy numbers for one Estelle. Like once that Estelle build came online, it was absolutely disgusting. By the way. Dash range, hot shot, pancakes, like rapid fire. They were doing a lot of heavy lifting by the end of that game here. And Restel, I mean, they played that really well up until that point. But yeah, Atomic Dino did a lot. But once the core speed came online, once Estelle started doing Estelle things, Zentaro just is gonna run out of stuff to do on defense, which is a bit unfortunate. But they were incredibly close. This is definitely, I think, a team that can be going places, and I'm curious to see how they tend to run it in the coming weeks. But Kittens will be making it through and looking good while doing it.
Absolutely, and that will be meaning that you. Sorry. Yes, Shakar Kittens will be joining Seraphim Crimson and Gapped Guys in the qualifiers. So they've got a couple weeks of downtime before then. But that is it. That is our Season 8 Week 1 of OSIS. So we'll be heading out here. But before we go, we're going to go ahead and make sure you tune in Firelight TV at 8 p.m. Eastern Friday. Firelight Fee, sorry, my bad. At 8 p.m. Eastern Friday for the Play Better Win More 3 draft. And then Saturday and Sunday, that is the 9th and the 10th respectively. No, I'm sorry. That's the 7th and the 8th respectively at 3 p.m. Eastern for the actual games.
Yeah. Definitely gonna be a good set, a big Omega Strikers weekend on the Play Better Win More. So definitely tune into that. But that's all that we have for tonight. Congratulations to the teams that made it through. And hopefully we'll be seeing a lot of the teams that didn't quite make it back next week to try again. So that's all from us, and have a good night.